snails are around. I crouch like a crow, contrasting the snow for the agony I'd rather know. 'Cause blinded I am blindsided. Peeking into the peering. I'm not really like this. I'm probably plightless. Though I'm crippled and slow for the agony I'd rather know. 'Cause blinded I am blindsided.
Starting in just a moment. Just give me 1 second, please. How's everyone holding up today? Alright. Doing decently. Hey there, PH. For a second, I thought I accidentally was just streaming a blank text document to you, but no, it's the appropriate stream will be back soon image. Yeah, so this stream will be kind of important, but, you know, it's not the biggest deal. We've got other things going on. I will talk a little bit more about what this is all about in just a second. Just first letting people know, hey, yeah, there is actually a stream here. And we'll be starting it in about 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes and I should be good. Alright, see you guys in 2 minutes. That should be good. Lamb of Affliction is not what we're working on, but it's what I've been working on, so you know. We'll be starting in about 30 seconds, but this will take a little bit of talking to explain some things being started. There's also a really important decision that needs to be made today, which we'll talk about. I could, but I'm comfortable with YouTube right now. Hey, Jaded.
slightly lost in time, lost in time. Borderline, I can see my sanity slipping away.
I love Lamb of Affliction's OST.
Wonder if we'll make it out alive, out alive. Borderline. You make long days, you're my summer and I'll trade no sun, just give me praise and you seem to exist on
Okay, I think I'm ready. Let's do this. Alright, so we're going to be starting a more proper community channel using both YouTube, Twitter, and the more advanced version. I guess I'll be making a community tag for the iGameworks Discord. I'll make the role somewhere tonight, tomorrow. And then for all those in the Discord who want it, can have it. If you're not on the iGameworks Discord and you want to be, I'll just send an invite right here. So, thankfully, since we're a verified server, I can just simply just type that out and there you go. Alright, so let's talk about what we're actually doing. So we're going to be working on a community project. I'm wrapping up Lamb of Affliction, so I'm not going to be streaming every day this particular week, but I decided, hey, let's get started right now. I want to get going through Halloween October month anyways. So previously, we've actually streamed other projects on stream before. In fact, I think every game I've ever streamed development of on has been released in some way, shape, or form. The first development I ever streamed was the first game I released, which was Blank Slate. I did that on the stream at the time. Blank Slate, obviously, it's free version released. I also did Girls Graveyard on stream. I did the original free version of Close Your Eyes on stream. Not the other versions, though. I did Cutie Patootie on stream. I did the first half of Take the Dream 9 on stream. The second half was just me on my own time, though. And I did the first half of what was originally Uwu Kokoro on stream, but then I did the rest on my own time when that converted into Feast Your Eyes Act 2. So there's the history there, for those who are curious. We also did a little bit of development of Red Haze on stream, but I think I only streamed like a couple days of development of that particular project. Today, we're going to be deciding a few things. I'm going to explain what this actually is. This will be the first project I'm going to be doing more as a full-on community project, accepting community help. I do know a few people who thankfully are willing to help, as it were. But any community contributions are welcome. I'll be doing the development fully on stream. This will be turned into, Visible Crimson is not one out, but you also streamed, did I? I'm surprised I did, but that's fine. Sometimes I forget these things, weirdly enough. But, rolling with this, what I was going to say, though, is that I am undecided right now what project. So originally, before I started this... Oh, wait. No, the stream should be up. Is it down for people? Let me, in fact, ask that. Is it down? Everything looks fine on my end, so I must ask. Hopefully everything's fine. It says everything's fine on my side. Alright, happy to hear it's going fine for you, Jack. And Jay, and PH. And I see. So refreshing work down the long term there. That's good to know. So anyways, this will be a project which will be turned into a commercial game. I will mention that. It probably won't be very expensive. In the end, if no one... okay, I'm going to say this. I already know that there's at least 3 people who will be helping me out a lot probably through the process of this project, but no one has to do anything. If you just want to contribute just your words and just your company, that's A-okay. That's contributing in its own way too. Nothing needs to be done. If you do contribute something, you're probably not going to... Not a problem. I'm going to be blunt. I'm going to be open and blunt. It will be a commercial project which I'm using to fund future development projects for other games. So think of it as literally helping to make the game exist and to help me make money. But the reason I'm going to say it like a greedy bastard there is because I just don't want there to be any misunderstandings here. I want it to be clear cut, but you don't need to offer anything. I'm not going to ask anyone. I'm not going to force anyone. If you feel like contributing, just say so. I'll work with you on that there. There's a few places you can send me whatever on. If you don't want to help, you don't need to. That's basically the gist of it. I want it to be clear cut there because I don't want it to be in some situation where later on it's like, oh, I did this, but you didn't give me that. I'm like, well, I didn't promise you this. So I want to make it clear cut. I want to make myself express this clearly. You'll probably hear me say this a few times. Just being upfront about that. All right. Now, with that expressed, the more fun side of this is that there's a lot of possibilities here. Now, initially, I was going to go in here with a big project because I have a few big projects that I would like to make a reality, which I thought this would be a good opportunity to do that. There's a few projects which are in very early stages of development, which I could focus a bit more on. But my girlfriend convinced me otherwise, so I kind of went into this with a little bit less of a concrete idea of what we're doing here. If we were doing the big project, I knew which options I was going to list immediately. Because of the state we're in, it leaves a few things to be asked. And this also means that there's a chance we might continue a project I already have partially completed on my own time, or we might just start something entirely new. Really? Yeah. Well, it's true. But I was going to say, really, though, it just depends on how we feel. I'm pretty fine with whatever. I hope for a good time. I will admit, there's a few ideas in my old noggin, which I'm going to say. So I'm also going to say something right now. If we do a new idea, then great. And then we can probably decide the details together. Whatever project we're working on, there will be some level of community discussion of us here in the chat deciding things. But if we do it entirely new, obviously there's going to be more influence from the community to be able to change aspects of it. If we're picking up something which I've already previously worked on, then, most likely there's already details decided about it and stuff already sorted. Honestly, it might be a good idea to pick something which is already partially completed because it'll help me just kind of focus more energy on it. I have projects in various states of development. There's some which are like halfway done. There's some which are barely started at all. So, There's some which are at some level of completion, but I want to reboot the development for one reason or another. So, my keep those things into knowledge. I do think Feast Your Eyes Act 2 came out pretty good, though. I'm pretty happy with it. I sometimes merge things. In fact, arguably me merging things is what I do more often. Almost every game I've released was a merging of some ideas. There's a few exceptions to that, but a lot of them were. Close Your Eyes is Redux, not the original Close Your Eyes, but the Redux version was originally a merging of the Thus idea, which was a scrapped game of mine, and then just the idea I had to expand Close Your Eyes. Red Haze was a merging of Cherished and an Odd Lighthouse. The original Red Haze idea, as well as just some other bits and pieces from some other things. Close Me was originally called... I can never remember the full title. I have it written down somewhere, but it's like A Girl is Eating from My Garbage or something like that. It's my own game and I fucking forget the name of it. It was something like that, though. And that transformed into Close Me. And then, Please Love My Computer Game obviously was a combination of projects as well as Found Horror Game 11.x. Then you have some slightly more notable examples, so yeah. There is an island game, which is one of my bigger projects I want to do. I keep on coming back. There's an idea I have for a Haze game that I keep on coming back to over and over again. I thought about maybe developing it on stream because, frankly, out of all the projects I've worked on, Red Haze was the most fun to work on. I think, even though Red Haze was also the most hours I've put into a single project, it was by far the most fun I've had developing the game. I've also learned so much since I made it, both from the process of making Red Haze and the projects I've made since Red Haze. I feel like if I tried to do a Haze game again, I could do a much better job at it. I just need to find a good time to focus on it. And I debated that being this project, but also that would take a very long amount of time. Now, I do have some openness for the next few months. Part of, like, I have to think financially for the moment. For those who are not aware of my current situation, all right, so I have been financially supporting my parents for the last 2 years or so. They got into a really bad situation for a long period of time, and the thing is, it wasn't their fault. The easiest way for me to word this is basically there was a hostile takeover from some very rich billionaire type folks who really wanted some stuff that my dad had. And there's a lot of fun I can get into about that, but I won't for now. The main thing is I had to help support them in their time of need, and that put a lot of financial strain on me. And now at this point in time, I need to save up because the house I'm living in now, I'm not going to be living in about half a year from now. Maybe a little bit more, but around half a year. And so I'm saving up money right now. So, I can move somewhere. So that's the process of what I'm at right now. So I have to think financially liable. I know what you're talking about now that you mentioned it. Let me say this. I have so many ideas. I could throw you ideas for days. I also might take some bits and pieces of stuff which already exist. I always do that, so. The Twin Peaks one is an interesting one, I will say that. That's okay, No Name. I hope you've been enjoying the channel. Alright. However, I decided for this project, which I'm calling Community Project A until it has a proper name. If Community Project A goes well, then there'll be a Community Project B, and so forth and so on. I think that makes sense. We need to decide what Community Project A is. I didn't go in this with an 100% plan. Even when I had a more concrete idea of what I was going to ask when I was going to do a bigger project, it was still 3 options. At the moment, we're going to discuss what Community Project A should be. Now, it's not going to be anything under the sun. When we did Kokoro, it was a bunch of ideas that were user submitted that all ended up in a hat, and then we, decided on one through the group, and that's what we worked on for, a couple weeks. So, yeah. I do think it'd be easier to finish something that's, partway done. Or even if it's not, partway done. Even if it's, at the beginning, or if I take some bits, it makes a groundwork. I get what you're saying. However, I also don't mind focusing on something that's completely new. Something which I do have to remind myself sometimes even is that I can make games tremendously quickly if I just make certain types of games. Most famously, I did make Girls Graveyard in 5 days. I made Cutie Patootie in 2 days. Close Me I made in about 3 weeks, but that wasn't fully working all 3 weeks. It kind of depends. So, yeah. Ooh, new game. Yes, please. We're going to have to decide here. Now, if we do work on an old game, I do have a few maybes on the lineup. And if we do a new project, I do have a few ideas. But I'm also open to whatever. I'm going into this with an extremely open mind, and today is the day that we're deciding what Community Project A is. And we'll probably get started. Also, what I found out? This is true. I have made so much music that I can literally fill the next few games of mine without making any new music. But I still make new music because I enjoy it. I found out I collected every unused song I currently have. And I found out I've made over 1,400 pieces of unused music. I didn't realize it was that high. That's right, seeing a little bit azzy. I just collected it all in a place. Okay, what's all the songs I haven't put into a project yet? Oh, I made 1,400 pieces of unused music? Well, that's a lot. Now, some of them are very, very short, so it's not... In fact, I can go to the folder right here. Only a spoonful. Others are not short, though. I just get very into it. But yeah. Now, some of them are already married to certain projects that will eventually see the light of day. But all the same. I also have games that are in a state of they're existent, but I'm wondering what to do. They're like one of my favorite character sprites I've done is not currently attached to a project. It was originally attached to Girl Toy Murder, but I'm not really certain if Girl Toy Murder is still a thing. But I'm going to use that sprite for something eventually. And I made a whole soundtrack for that game, and I think that soundtrack is one of the best I've ever done, and I still need to figure out what it gets attached to. And the problem is, it has a very distinct style to itself. Like, all the music made sense. It had a music box melody theming going on, but all the same. Anyways, I'm going to open up a text document. There is a text document. And I'm going to start us off by just streaming the text document. I know a text document which just says community project on it is not very enticing by itself. I'll try and throw some other elements onto the screen eventually, but we're going to start off with a very, very basic thing. Let's do this. Capture. Yeah. Say hello to text document. Now let me ask this. Girl Toy Murder. Okay, let me say this. Because I can share music easily, I can show you two things I'm very proud of with Girl Toy Murder. Give me a moment. Give me a second. I made music for Girl Toy Murder I'm really, really proud of. So give me a second to give you an opportunity to show you some of the music I made for it. I'm not going to play too much. We're not going to be listening to music for too long because I actually want to get started with this. But give me a second to be proud of myself for a soundtrack I put together. I will go do that right now. I know I'll find it easily if I just do it like that. I'm happy that you found it again, and I'm happy that you're happy to have found it. My. So here, I'm just going to click random tracks from this OST. This was for a project which doesn't exist at the moment, but I might take the elements I made for it for something else called Girl Toy Murder. It's just a very quaint track to start it off with. Has a music box melody thing going for most of the soundtrack, by the way. There's a few versions of this melody. I'll play a different version just for contrast. Yes, I have. I have a lot of opinions. Now, I'm gonna play a few random songs I really don't know what I'm clicking on. Not you. Right, this one. Hey there, Audrey. I agree with you, but as someone who takes a lot of focus on the mood, I'm a really big fan of atmosphere type things, so yeah. There's a lot of music box in this particular OST, I can tell you that one right now. I'm gonna skip like way ahead in the song, so yeah. I actually recognize No Name's name as well. It's partially because No Name's the name that sort of sticks out in the memory, I guess, so yeah. Time flies by so fast. Like, a year ago does not feel like a year ago to me. I remember last October like it was like half a year ago. Oh, I like this one. Selecting a different one. It was. Most of the lyric songs are not made by me, with very rare exceptions. Some of them are made by me, or at least helped by me. I'm usually not the one singing. Either I use a royalty-free thing, or find an underground artist I really, really like, and like, please, can I use this song? And most people are nicer than you think about that. Or I ask a friend if I have a particular vocal song in mind. My. My champ sees is pretty true, though. Time really does fly. I know that from experience. It doesn't feel like the first time I was doing stream. It doesn't feel like I've been on a break from most of my game streams for 5 years now. I still have done game streams in the last 5 years, but I went on a major break, and it's been 5 years already. I'm like, wow. Those 5 years simultaneously feel like they went by really fast but really slow. It's really weird how your perception of time works. Because there's some things that I know happened around the same time, and one of them feels like it happened forever ago, and the other one felt like it was not that long ago, but they happened like the same month of each other. Anyways, I was playing a very repetitive song when I was saying that. We won't be playing too much music, so let me talk about projects. Now, I have been debating what to do with a few pieces of work, and there's a few which I'm thinking about here. Let me just... you guys want me to start with the projects that are maybes, that are in partial states of completion I can talk about right here and now? I think that might be a good idea. Yeah, I'm going to start off by looking at things. I'm not going to work on... okay, so probably working on Blossoming Yonder would be good for my motivation on that particular project. So maybe I won't rule it out, but also I'm not quite sure if it's a project I want to work on one stream. I want Blossoming Yonder to be a big surprise to everyone. Okay. All of the sprite work is done. All of the music is done. I'm even decently far in it, but the problem with it is that the project, what's left, is almost entirely writing and designing. And the designing part's fine, whatever. I find the writing for Blossoming Yonder to be really challenging because I have to write a character who talks a lot and also doesn't just say like a singular scene. Like, it's not a dialogue chain that's just fluid and solid and linear. Because of how the game functions, there's a lot of dialogue options and dialogue tree splits and things that she says that changes based on things that the player has done, etc., etc. So there's a lot of branching dialogue in the game, and it's surprisingly hard for me to... I have to be in like the right mindset to be able to write her character and all the various branches of possibilities of what can happen. That's I want most of it to be a surprise. I think the OST is very, very good. I'm sorry, I always think about the OSTs of these things. Like, oh yeah, the music. But the music in this one is actually very good. I will choose like a random bit of... Here's a song from Blossoming Yonder, if you were ever curious. This one's actually a few different versions of a single song. I'll let it play out, though. But I really like some of the music in this, like, a lot. You'll hear me clicking through some of these pretty rapidly. You've heard it before. I think it's interesting, honestly. I know the context. Yeah, I have a lot of things. It's been coming out good. It's a hard project for me. I have to be in a very specific mindset to work on Blossoming Yonder. So I'm probably not going to put it up for... I bet my motivation would be helped by streaming it, but most of it's already pretty decided. Like, Blossoming Yonder is the type of project where to make that project work, I needed to know the whole story of the game before I even started development. And while I'm still writing out a number of the scenes... I don't think it'd be that interesting to stream. It'd just be me debating, writing, and designing stuff a lot. The sprite work's all done, the music's all done, the concept's pretty much all done. So yeah. There's a lot of good music in this one, though. I clicked a weird one, but sure, we can do this one. skip to a little bit later in the song. So yeah. Oh, this one. I'll get off music in a second. Sorry, I get caught up in music. Alright, so let me get to an actual project, though, that we can actually get a little more focus on. Oh, that would be... Okay, that one's actually amazing. So, here's a project which I really doubt is going to win the popular vote. But it's definitely an option. In fact, I've worked on part of it in development and stream before, when I was doing a lot of sprite work for it. So I guess our first serious contender of old projects, before we talk about new projects, is Cutie Patootie. What a cute... So for those who don't know, Cutie Patootie was originally a freeware game made in 2016. It made an extended version in 2019. Yes, it would be 2019 still. Time does fly, though. So some people here are going to say yes, and I know the reason why. So Cutie Patootie is, if you've never heard of it and you have no idea what these people are talking about, what I'm talking about, Cutie Patootie is about a girl who sounds like this. I'm going to say it in that voice there exaggerately for a second. I didn't do the voice quite right there, but all the same. There was an original freeware version, and then in Found Horror Game 11.x, Game 3 of that game was an extended version of Cutie Patootie that basically added an additional 20 to 30 minute sequence to a secret ending that you could get after a certain point in the game. Which that stuff was... Let me say this. I think the reason why Cutie is a weird one for me is simultaneously I understand that the whole... Cutie is a purposefully annoying character. She's a character that's hard to relate to at the beginning. Basically, she's a very free spirit, and a lot of people find her annoying. She sings annoyingly. She's rather chipper on the outside. And I think that the thing which I love seeing people play Cutie Patootie further than just the face value with her singing on the title screen is that there's a lot of people who actually connect and relate to Cutie's dilemma. I think Cutie's dilemma is a very universal one. But because of her demeanor, Cutie wants to be loved, but she doesn't understand people's feelings of hate and contempt towards other people, and just picking apart others is basically it. She believes in an idealist view, I guess, of love being the thing that conquers all, but due to how she is, she doesn't find love that easily and goes through a lot of suffering over it, is the easiest way for me to describe it. And I've wanted to reimagine Cutie for a while, because the original version was pretty short. Even the extended version was only like a few days of work, and I wanted to give Cutie more proper justice. And I've also made new sprites for it, which I think Cutie's sprites came out pretty good. Not just of Cutie, I did a few of the other side characters that were planned for this. But at the same time, I'm not really sure if Cutie Patootie is going to be... I think Cutie Patootie will find a cold audience. I've had an idea for reimagining it for a while, but I'm not really sure where it's going to end up on the possibilities chart. I will put it on the maybe. So one, I'm going to give these numbers just so it's easier later. Cutie Patootie, which by the way is a reimagining. I'll even clarify that. Reimagining. All right. Give me 1 second. That was a prototype of a room. I think I might redo it if I think about it. I'm not sure, though. I'm deciding. The Thanes of Uncertainty. So Cutie Patootie is one possibility. Yeah. I mean, working on that is one possibility of many possibilities. We'll start with that. This project would be interesting to work on, but I think that one... Should I put medium projects onto the list, but then maybe a smaller project? It might be good just to stick with smaller projects. So I've never mentioned this project out loud to anyone, but it's been an idea that's been in my head for a very long time. To the point I even had a good friend do some music for it. And it's not original music just for this project, but it's fantastic. I played it on stream before. So if you're like, I've heard you play this before, it's because I've had it for a while. And I've had this idea for a while. Let me just play one of them out of context. So some people are like, Ryan, what? This was actually not the one I meant to play, but it is part of the project, so sure. Man. That was actually not the one I meant to play, but it's a pretty good one. So the one which I was going to play, I think, it was this one. Yeah, they're fantastic. I'm really grateful for them being generous with me. Their name is Coconut Group. So we're not gonna listen to music all this, but anyways, their name is Croak Not Rue. They're very good. Now, for what this project, with the music for this and some other things even was, I eventually maybe kind of wanted to do a Course Party inspired project. But anyways, that's probably not the time for that now. A Course Party inspired project would probably take some time. But maybe. It would be fun to work on that as a community type project. Yeah. I had the name ready and everything. But then a Course Party style project would be kind of a commitment. I did go into... M did convince me I shouldn't do a bigger project right now. And that wasn't one of the bigger projects I would have pushed for. There's other bigger projects I would focus on before I focused on this one right now. I think I'm going to say nay to this. I'm going to be responsible. This one doesn't seem like a good one for the moment. Alright. Next up, we could do Foul Atonement. Foul Atonement does have the main character sprite done, though it could be made nicer, and Rinks did a very nice piece of art for it. It's not very far, though. It's more of an idea than anything. For those who don't know, Foul Atonement is a game about... It's a mostly replace mostly dialogueless, where it's dialogueless, though it uses a weird hip-hop style, which I'm not sure everyone's a fan of, but I don't mind. I like a lot of types of music, okay? To the point I can play more music for you guys. But no, what I was going to say with this is Foul Atonement is the story of a lady draped in nothing but a giant bird mask, some barbed wire, and a cloak. And she has gone inside of a pyramid type torture dungeon type thing, as a punishment for something that is, I'm not going to say right now, but it's something kind of interesting. And she has to go through several trials provided by the gods of Egyptian lore, going through a very hip-hop inspired thing of a mixture between, I guess, how do I say this without spoiling the shit out of this game? Especially since it's a dialogueless game, so you're supposed to piece a lot of it together. It's a game with Egyptian stuff. There you go. That's that's the way to say it. The music's pretty good. Well, depending on your taste in music. I'll click like a random song. Hopefully I get a good one. I got a weird one. Why do I keep...
Oh, you brought me down. One moment and you said your goodbye. Oh, you brought me down.
There's that one. I was kind of skipping through it, but anyways, rolling with this, the main idea behind Foul Atonement is that we are dealing with a character who is in this position for a reason we don't first understand. And again, there's no dialogue in this game, but is going through trials provided by Egyptian gods and is dealing with a very personal story, is the most I'll say about it. It also uses... I didn't actually play good examples right there. It's partially because I'm just clicking random things, and there is atmospheric music. It's not like you're hearing vocals all the time, but there's a lot of vocal music in this one. I bet I can find a good one. Let me just click one. Yeah, there's one. So that's fun. Should I add that to the maybe list? Do I feel like working on that right now? Would that even be a good community project? Because I do have a... That's another game where I have a very solid idea behind what I'm making. I need to know the story I was making for it before everything else, so... I guess not. Okay. Alright. Girl Toy Murder. I might call this something else, and I might do something else with the idea, but I am going to put this up on the maybe list. Or maybe not as it is. Maybe I should only bring it up once we get to the news section. I'll get to Girl Toy Murder when we get to the news section, because I think it's going to end up being a different game than I initially pictured it as, which is not a bad thing. Trust me on that. Alright, let's see. Should I express this idea? Do I really want to make this? No. Okay. There's a lot of maybes, so I'm being kind of picky just to make sure we don't end up with too many options, so we aren't, like, narrowing down for hours. It's just going to be picking the options that takes hours. Alright. I've had a lot of ideas over the years, and some of them I'm trying to think. I guess I could do this one. Okay, yeah, this is a good one to mention. So, Rinks has done some amazing work for a project known as Sugary Sins for Fresh Girls. Have I ever mentioned this project? When I say that name, does that ring a bell for anyone? Yes, okay, so I've mentioned it before if Lay recognizes me mentioning it before. Oh, okay, but you only know from OST test. Rinks has done fantastic work for this particular project. I'm going to show some of it, but I'm hopefully not show too much. She's done like 24 pieces of art for this project idea, and it uses a very specific style to it. Let me just kind of flash on the screen what I'm talking about here. Put this into the right area. Alright, and I think I need to also set this to fit the screen. So you're going to see some stuff pop in the screen here. Fit to the screen, and let's do it. So here is one of the pieces of art that she did. Rinks is great. And she's done a lot of interesting pieces for this particular project. I won't describe it too much in detail, and I won't show too much, but she's done a lot of nice pieces for this game. So, you know, is what it is. Now I'm going to take that off the screen. So this project is known as Sugary Sins for Fresh Girls. That's the one that you saw. So she's done a lot of artwork for this idea. She and I got really attached to it. I should probably explain what this game's even about, right? Yeah, she does great work. And we kind of wanted to do a simple, cartoony kind of style for it, so yeah. Yeah, there's the OST for this game has already been decided for a while as well. Ignore the voice. I pressed the wrong thing. Let me take this song. This is a song from really early in the game. In my mind, they're Chamsties. It's not a Dane sim, so maybe I'll make it. Maybe we can make a Dane sim horror game. It's a possibility. But hey. I'm now gonna play very, very random pieces of music. Oh, wait, okay. Can I tell you this? This I'm actually really, really proud of. I need to share this one. There's no way I cannot share it. So there's a song, and this one was actually helped by people. There's monsters in this game, multiple monsters, and each one has a bigger presence and role. Basically, there's like 5 main monsters in the game, and each of them got a unique vocal theme. And I'm going to play, and each of them have a really weird name, I should mention, as part of the theming of this game. I'm going to play the theme song for Cruel Lizzie Vickers. It's part of the fun of these things. It's really hard to describe this without getting too into it. Rinks and I got really attached to this project for a while. It's in the partial state. I want to rework some of it, though, now that I have a better idea of aspects about it. I mean, there's music that's not just that type of stuff, so, you know. It is what it is. I probably shouldn't play this song, but I'm going to. Not that one. That one is a little bit weird itself. I mean, out of context, it should be fine. Yeah, there's 2. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Alright, so I'm going to put Sugary Sins for Fresh Girls on the maybe list. I'll talk more about these projects, by the way, once we go over them. Right now I'm just sort of going through a maybe list before I go really through them. Oh, I could make Take the Dream 9. Okay, let's see. We got... I wouldn't develop that one on stream. I have some really weird phases of games that are really hard to express. So, want me to tell you one of the weirder experimental projects? This is never going to turn into anything, probably. But I need to tell you some of the weirder ideas I've spent some time on. And this one got a little bit further than you might think based on when I tried to describe it. So, I had an idea for a game which I called the Unfunny Joke Generator. And ready for me to express what the Unfunny Joke Generator game was about? Outside of the name, where you're probably like, Ryan, what? Basically, it was a game where every element of the game was randomly generated, including the music, the text, and everything. And it was random. Sometimes it would just generate like these panel comics through different images and text variants and music variants and etc. and different punchlines and stuff. But then there was also a lot of secrets I was putting into the game. I'm going to. So I'm just going to read some of these out loud. Humor is subjective. Are you ready to not laugh? This is all just an illusion. Ha 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 ha. Fake a laugh if you pity us enough. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Aren't you a funny one? Then let's get started. Remember, you agreed to this. Time to tickle your funny bone. Makes you think. The real joke is you paid $1 for this. Just another day in paradise. Ladies and gentlemen, the show must begin. Time to waste a little bit of your life away. You are now manually breathing. We've got quite a show for you. Ready? Look at you, smart enough to press buttons. Comedy and art both are interpretive. Do you ever think about how you're going to die someday? The chicken crossed the road because that's the premise. Make sure to stay hydrated. Mental health is important. It shouldn't be taken lightly. That's the joke. This isn't a joke. Giggle, snort. What if playing the game was the last thing you ever did? Lol, so randoms. Please enjoy. How long will you last? Are you afraid of the color red? I don't believe you. I don't trust you. Of course you'd accept. Is this really what you want? Then let's do this. The time has come. Are you sure? I'm not certain you really read that. Are you sure? How do you do, my fellow gamer? Please accept these terms and conditions. Oh, fuck off. So, sounds like a nightmare to program. It was interesting. I don't think it's ever going to actually turn into anything. I made a lot of weird parts of music for it, which I'm not sure if I'll actually ever use for anything, because they're not like full music, it's like parts of music. Let me click like a random one. Like that's an example. I just clicked a random one, another random one. Anyways, I just forgot about this until I saw it right now. I was like, oh yeah, it's the unfunny joke generator. There's a thing. I have some weird ideas sometimes, okay? I guess this is an option I can bring up, though. We have Unlabeled. So, Unlabeled is a hard game to express, and I think I've tried to express it before. It's semi a sequel to Take the Dream 9, but also not really. It uses an 8-bit style. I've had it on the to-do list for a while. I have like sprites done for it, but not really a game done. I've got sprites, music, some other things done. As it goes, I suppose. And some of the music is nice. Some of it's a little bit weird, but I'm not going to play it right now. I've played music for enough projects. I'll probably play it for a few more. I could make us play Wail of Despair now, though Wail of Despair is only like, if I'm going to be honest, out of all of the games that were for Dusk Golem's Anthology of Horror, it's the one that's like the least finished, though it's the one I'm also the most excited to get further in. This was, if you guys have played Found Horror Game 11.x, it's an evolution of the game for Red Light, Green Light idea. It takes place in an apartment, and it's very spooky and very edgy, but I want to make it it's tastefully edgy. For those who don't know what Red Light, Green Light was, it was a game about a man who enters into a very strange place, which may or may not be a dream, and he is trying to chase after a girl who seems to always be out of his reach and seems to want something from here, but it's not very clear. And he deals with this monster that's surprisingly creepy looking, that wears lipstick and has orange skin, and it has its back turned to you until it cracks its net back, and then when it looks at you, you need to stop. That's why the title was Red Light, Green Light. You gotta move when it's not looking at you. When it cracks its net back to look at you, you need to stop. And that was the premise of the game, and they went to very strange places. I'm sure if you can find a Let's Play of it, and you'll see some of the very strange places it went. And I thought, you know what? This idea needs to be better. Because while I didn't hate it, I think there's a lot of ways it could have been better. And I thought there was a lot more potential in the idea. And so I made Wail of Despair, which starts off on a very different note. I can play a little bit of it right now. Do you guys want to see a little bit of this? I've played it on stream before. Those who like contribute to my stuff a lot will probably have seen this before, but I can show it off a little bit. It's further. This one's a little bit further in like progress and actual development than Cutie Patootie and Sugary Sin, so I can give it a 10 for example. Let me just open up the project in RPG Maker. Alright, so I'm going to show the first 5 minutes of this game, and I'll let you guys decide if it's worth it. Do you guys want my commentary, or would you rather prefer pure silence? Commentary sounds nice, okay. So this is the first 5 minutes of Well of Despair. I came here to meet up with her. No use turning back now. For some reason I've enjoyed doing this type of tile drop recently. Hello, Kenneth. This is our guy, Kenneth. What took you so long? I've been waiting here for a while. Well, I'm glad you came all the same. You know, you really are a curious boy. I just can't get a read on you. Even after hanging out for several months and dating for a few weeks, you still mystify me. So what's your story, my savior? You really are a bit socially awkward, aren't you? Well then, let me ask this. How are you doing? Which one do you guys want? I'm doing good, I'm doing fine, I'm okay, I'm so-so, not good, I'm bored. Throw me an option. Now, I actually have learned how to make these RPG Maker choices timed, but I don't like doing that for every project, and I want players to have some time. Sometimes I don't, so yeah. Pick an option, any option! Not good is Laysvo. Doing fine, not good, and fine. Bored. Alright, 2 votes for bored. This first one has 2 options, or 2 votes I should say. We'll go with bored. Well, we need to do something about that then, huh? So, we've been seeing each other for a few weeks now. Would you be interested in coming over, like, to my place, I mean? I'd love to, if you're okay with it. Not tonight, I'm sorry. Which one does the audience want? We'll roll as we go. Low latency of decision making. And vote for not tonight. I'm gonna stop talking like that. That's fun to do so. You know what? I'll take out if you're okay with it. What he said. Alright, let's see if you're okay with it. Of course I am. I wouldn't have asked if I wasn't okay with it. I'm not the one of those chicks that like to play head games. You really don't have anything to worry about, okay? I really do like you, you know. I'm sorry I haven't been the best to you recently. I'm going to try and make it up to you. I know there's been a lot on your mind, but maybe... Well, that went well. We're going to leave now. Here we are. The door is locked. Let's read the note. A notice to Lucy in room 204. You've been keeping people awake at night with your noise. Around 1 a.m. each night, a strange series of noises come from your room. None of us can even tell what it is you're doing, but we're asking you to be courteous and stop. Other people are trying to sleep, and you're seriously starting to creep us all out. We hardly ever see you, as seemingly never come out of your apartment, but trust me, we hear you. We're leaving this note here in hopes that we don't have to call the superintendent. Please just stop whatever ungodly noise is coming out of your apartment each night. And thank you very much, Endless. Oh, okay, the best host VTuber, of course. Sincerely, Douglas. Rolls as it goes. Of course, there's some noise over there, but I'm going to go up here for a second just to look around. But the knocking came from this room, so of course the room I'm going to enter. I don't want to stumble around in the dark. Everything's fine. We'll just take a little walk, don't mind me. Well, on to here. A notebook. Most of it is torn out or blank, but there is still one entry within it. Read it? Sure. The yellow entity stood outside the building at approximately 2:06 a.m. on November 28th. It stood there with its back to the building, but at regular intervals would turn to look at the building for a couple moments before turning back. I don't know what it is or what it wants, but I'll continue to observe it. Yeah, there's probably a typing. That's okay. The next door neighbor lady might be seeing this thing too. She always acts up around this time of night and isn't coming out of her room. Does it want her? Is it connected to her? Or maybe I'm reading too much into this. It could just as easily be that she's frightened and is locking herself up because of it. Douglas from room 105 is trying to get into contact with her, but she's non-responsive, probably out of fear. Irvin from across the hall also is a little nervous. He hasn't seen her lately, but then Irvin is always nervous about something. Everyone on the second floor is a shut-in, though. I only by chance ran to Keith from room 205 by the vending machine the other day. I hadn't seen the dude in months, and it almost seemed like he was literally living off nothing but the food from the vending machine. I'm getting off track. I'll continue to observe the orange entity. Hopefully my next entry will be more eventful. This was the last entry. Got some things to roll and go. A little old conspiracy wall up in here, but don't mind that. I'm just gonna stand over here, please, if you don't mind. Take a little peek. Go through the window. There was someone out there. I'll let you discover that for yourself, Lay. Walking, walking, this way I go. Things to see, and a note, of course. I'm leaving this note here for someone to hopefully find. This is Chase from room 203 of these apartments. Recently I've been investigating a strange orange entity that stands outside of this building around 1 to 3 a.m. every night. I think I'm in trouble. In fact, I think everyone in these apartments are in trouble. I was looking through the window of Frida's apartment. She's the one who lives in room 201. I know that's creepy of me, but I promise it wasn't a perverted thing. There's just something about seeing other people undisturbed in their homes that comforts me. I get that it is voyeurism, but I wasn't peeking at her changing or anything. Anyways, I noticed she was lying unconscious on the floor, not moving an inch. I panicked and without thinking began to bang on her window to check if she was okay. She did start to move, but it wasn't natural. She changed right before my eyes. She started to look just like Lucy from room 204. Same hair, dress, but also she was wrong. I really don't understand what happened, but Frida or Lucy or whatever that was suddenly stood straight up and just shattered her head against the window. I don't understand what's going on. I thought the orange entity was strange, but at least it kind of made sense, even if it was unnatural. But now with this thing, I don't even know what's fucking going on anymore. It's been watching me through the windows at night the last couple nights. I think it's waiting for me to do something. Others haven't been leaving their rooms recently. Is the same thing happening to them? If you don't hear from me again, well, I don't know what will happen to me. Something's wrong here. I wanted to leave something behind to let anyone know that something ain't right. And I have this sinking feeling I'm going to disappear. That's all the note says. Rolls as it goes. Go through the window? Yes. Don't worry, everything here is fine. So there's a little bit more to the game. Not a whole lot more, but a little bit more, which I'm not going to show off right now. But that's one of our options. That's currently my progress on Whale of Despair. The first 5 minutes, which I'll show off right now. Seem interesting enough, even though there's some things I probably would fix up about going back to it. So, yeah. Should it be on the maybe list? Also, I need to still or describe what unlabeled is, but we'll get back to that. So, yep. It's a maybe. Indeed. I'm still figuring out what to do with the anthology. We're also going to be seeing not the other game, but Girls Graveyard Mystery in a little bit. But yeah. So, okay. Might be better for the anthology fun. That's definitely a possibility. Okay. I understand your reasoning. Unless somebody else has something else to say about that, then I can skip over it. So, yeah. Alright, so I could work on the blank slate reimagining, but I think I might be banned from YouTube if I worked on that on stream. Okay, so I was going to say this. For blank slate, I really wanted to make this game a reality, but I'm really, really, really worried. It's a game which I don't think YouTubers could play on stream. I mean, there doesn't need to be a rhythm. I think some oddballs and throws there might be fine. Oh, I can mention this project. I forgot about this project. It doesn't really exist as a project. It exists as an idea. I think I would change the name about it, though. Well, I'll think about that one. I'll bring it up in the new project section. Ryan, what's the idea? So this one doesn't exist as anything, really, but it exists as an idea which I've had. I haven't really worked on it, though. Okay. So hear me out. I thought it'd be fun to make a really, 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 really stupid horror comedy game about a group of teens that go into the woods and then make it into a game that's all about player choice and make it simultaneously actually scary at parts, but also really stupid, but using the stupidity to its advantage to go into really absurd directions and having the horror be like this what the fuck constant thing, as well as having actual player choice be a part of it to outcome of who lives, who dies, and all that. I thought it was a neat sounding idea. To make just this really fucked up, really absurd horror comedy thing. I've talked maybe a little bit about it. I have some art stuff and some music for it, but it's not very. It's not. It doesn't exist as anything yet, really. You both recognize it, so maybe I've talked about it. It was just an idea, and I thought it sounded fun. We'll get back to that, I think, when I get to talking about, I guess, new projects, because it doesn't really exist as anything. So yeah. The alphabet game. I'm not gonna talk about the alphabet game. I'll just leave that a mystery to you guys, and I'm not gonna work on it right now. Though it would be really easy to make. Maybe I should. I could literally make the alphabet game in like 3 days if I really set my mind to it. But not going to. You guys all know Girls Graveyard Mystery. I have debated if I should make Girls Graveyard Mystery its own thing or keep it as part of the anthology. I understand the anthology comment for Well of Despair, but I'm still debating about Girls Graveyard Mystery. The alphabet game is not Red Haze, though I know why you said that. It's kind of an interesting music thought, but all the same. Girls Graveyard Mystery. I only have the development done to the end of round 3 of Girls Graveyard Mystery currently. I have ideas, trust me. I've got a lot. Trust me when I say I have a lot of maybes on my list. I have so many games. I know. It's part of the fun of these things. Yes, Lay. Alright. I do have Wayfaring Stranger Girl, but I'm not really sure what I want to do with that. Because it's a project where I kind of like some things about, but I'm not sure if I want to see that one all the way through. There are some cool things it does, though. I'll think about it, but I'm not really sure if I put it on there. We've got Shawl of Surrender, which I want to redo the work on, especially with the 3D engine, which I actually think would benefit the project. Have I ever... I know some of you guys... I have had the Shawl of Surrender OST available for a while on my Bandcamp page, and the music's all done, but have I ever really told you guys what this project's even about? I don't think I have. And, like, even if I had told it, I'm not sure if everyone here would know it, so... That is something to think about. I see. Well, I'm not going to play the music here, and I'm not going to explain it fully here. I'm debating if I should put it onto the list. Yeah, you know, it could be on the maybe list. I'll just link to it for those who are curious. You can even just look at the album cover if you want to. But there's the Shallow Surrender soundtrack. I've had it done for a while. Yeah, there's an old public. I have a lot of ideas. That one doesn't really exist as anything, but I've got a broader idea that one day I'd like to do a game based off of a public domain horror movie. One that's out of copyright. My mind there, lay. Alright, so let's see. I do have that long idea, but I'm not really sure if that's what I'd want to work on right now. You guys don't know what Just Forget It Alessia even is. I'm not really sure if now's the time for that. There are a few maybes. Okay, that makes sense. There's a few which I think I would want to turn into something else. My. That's fine, Lay. It's the fun of these sort of situations. Sometimes the unknown is more interesting than the known. Alright. So, from the past projects list, currently we have Cutie Patootie, the reimagining, Sugary Sins for Fresh Girls, and Unlabeled, which are all definite possibilities. Now, I can talk more about them in a little bit. There are a lot of other things that could exist in some way, like the King Killing Nutster. Whatever in God's name is that? That one. It's something. I'll tell you that much. There's a few I skimmed over because I'm not really sure if now is the right time for them, but we can also talk about technically new projects or things to just roll with. I'm going to make our options go up to 7, is what I think. So 3 old projects and maybe 5 or 6 or 7, something like that. Now, there are a few which I want to throw in here, which some of you guys are going to look at me very oddly for some of the things I'm about to write. One of them in particular, but please bear with me. So, firstly, absurdist horror comedy game. That one is pretty straightforward. You guys were just hearing me talk about it. The reason I didn't put that as an old game is that even though the idea has existed, the actual game has not existed in any way, shape, or form. There was like some sketches that were done for it, and I did a little bit of music for it, but it hasn't really existed as a thing. So really, it's just a new project. I was sugar dinner myself, my mind there. Now, this next one is going to sound very strange when I write it out, but please stick with me for a second on this one. I'll explain all of the ideas we have in front of us in more detail in a little bit. And this one I actually think is very promising. But it's going to sound really weird when I put it in its very basic form. The Guro-inspired torture game. I'll just let that one sit for a while and explain it all in a little bit. But yeah. So, I want us to now think as an audience for at least one more maybe 2 more maybes. The first 3 are all things which exist in some way, shape, or form, which I can build on top of. Though I do kind of want to get, like, Unlabeled, sprites are done, but the actual game really needs to be made. Sugary Sins, I kind of want to redo things about it, and Cutie Patootie is kind of pretty early into. Which actually means that most of these things were starting from the beginning. Maybe not the exact beginning, but a beginning point all the same. I mean, the bloody porn games that people like. I'm not into them, but I don't want to work on Mama's. I've got a complicated relationship with how that game was turning out. If I do Mama's Trip to Clear Lake again, I would redo its whole development. I'm not sure where its current status sits. Maybe that'd be good for this, but I'm uncertain. There is work done for it, I will say that. But All right. So, to get sort of the noggin rolling here, I guess we could probably do one of these 5. I am for torture because I've suffered already. Okay. Okay, Buckaroo. Steady there. Let's see. Let's think. If I had to say, I mean, there's some others. I could fucking work on Birthday Boy Wreck. You know what? Yeah. I could work. Except I don't know if I'd work. That might not be a good game to work on stream, though, on account that that's a game that people need to solve. So maybe that. Do we want to work on the Haze game? I do kind of want to work on the Haze game, but at the same time, Haze games take a little bit of time to make. So the Haze game I really want to make is Isle Haze. Maybe there's a way to make a smaller Haze game. I haven't described Isle Haze at all, but I'll say this: I have a really, really good idea. So I experimented with ideas for a lot of Haze games, and there's other Haze games which probably would make good games, but there's one I keep on coming back to over and over again, and I realized over time it's the Haze game I need to make. Literally, I would keep on trying to think, but no, it always came back to this one. For those who've helped me with projects, they know I keep on coming back to this one. Here's what I'm going to recommend. Don't consider ideas existent as separate things. There's elements from all of them that'll be carried over. For the Haze games, it was always experimental as the follow-up, so don't hold it there. Trust me when I say I did not explain a whole lot about Arctic Haze. I kept a lot to my chest, and I know that. Oh. But a Haze game would be a development cycle that would take a while, if I'm going to be honest. Working on something that's on a little bit shorter term might be the better option here. I'm going to listen to my girlfriend's advice there. Hey there, Disco. We're right now deciding a community project to work on. This is day 0, preliminary, and we're talking. I haven't discussed what these 5 things you see right in front of you are yet, but yeah. My mind there. Other than Red Haze stuff, I did have a lot of fun working on Red Haze, though. I will say that, and I would like to do something like that again. And I think if I tried to make a Haze game, even if I didn't go for my fullest idea, I feel like I could make something compelling. I guess that comes down to this: what would do well? Also, I also want to make money. What are the kids like? Are we gonna make Five Nights at Freddy's 9? Is that what we're gonna do? Let's make Five Nights at Freddy's 9. The cards on the table, money on the table, waiting to be swept up. Do kids like? No, seriously, do kids like visual novels? I'm not under the impression that kids like visual novels. Do kids like visual novels? It is hard to guess trends. I will say this: I have done an absurd amount of research into what made the games popular. I probably shouldn't spill all my secrets, but I did discover quite a few things when I was looking at not so much trends, just so more elements, which actually is shared among basically every single horror game that's blown up in a big way. Now, there's other reasons around they blew up, like there's elements like, people made songs about them, and people did Let's Plays. All the big Let's Players played these games, so obviously they blew up. But there's actually a little bit more to what specific games blew up, because there's other horror games like all the Let's Players have played that haven't blown up in the same way as the specific games I'm mentioning. Or the specific games that come to mind when you think of like highly successful indie horror games, I guess is the way to say it. In fact, you know what? Let me lay this on the table. I think the key to making a very popular horror game is to make something which I have honestly not made at all. I'm just going to say this through clenched teeth. Teen horror game. I sound weird when I clench my teeth. Hey. Yeah, that's what the kids love. Silver Case on the 25th Ward. I'm happy Sue the 51 got big with the kids. So, the first element, there's a lot more, and there's so many more. There's more to what I'm about to say than this. If we're talking about what might make me a star, so teen horror is what I consider to be the type of horror which is friendly to teens and parents alike. If you think about all the horror games that blew up in a big way, now there is an exception. I'm going to talk about this momentarily. 18 plus game. Okay, so there's two different audiences we're talking about right here. Firstly, porn games do well. There's an audience for them. That's proven. Meanwhile, teen horror is a very hard to describe specific thing, which I think I can kind of describe. So basically, if you not now, let me also say something. Just because it's teen horror doesn't mean it's going to be a big hit. There's been attempts at making teen horror games that didn't blow up in the same way, and I think I did a lot of research, more hours than I'd like to admit, digging into all this, and there's so much I can't even really express here. But let me just first define what teen horror itself is. Teen horror is horror games that are aimed to be friendly to an older children audience. In other words, the games aren't overly gory. They might have a little bit of gore, but they usually aren't displayed at the upfront in sort of an abstract way. And the other thing which I notice about teen horror, specifically what I personally define as teen horror, is almost always they use something which might be considered traditionally child-friendly. It's usually it's both a mixture, not always of the art style, but there's some sort of element. Now, the other thing which I've noticed about teen horror is, well, actually, no, that's not. Let me hold back. So, teen horror, the ones that have really broken out. Well, no, before that, teen horror, the elements that sort of constructed, it's friendly for a tween audience. It's friendly. It has a not appealing art style always, but well, it does. They don't look bad, but they have a sort of childish look to them. And this is also something, teens don't have money. However, there's this weird ripple effect. This is not teens have control over huge popularity booms. Teens don't realize the power that they have with all the free time they have and their presence on social media and other places. But teens are in control of what's going to rock the world in terms of entertainment stuff. They can cause a boom, which is hard for anyone to control or predict because even if they don't personally have money, they bring all the eyeballs to all these things that grow up in a huge way that does attract people that do. So we need some background music. I mean, I've got plenty. We were listening to a lot of music earlier, funnily enough. So, talking a little bit more specifically about this, though, if I'm going to talk about if I had to define the horror games that really blew up, almost every single one of them is a teen horror game, with a few exceptions. And I'll get to some of them which are a little bit more questionable. Like Doki Doki Literature Club was one of them that really blew up, obviously. I don't think anyone would doubt that fact. And it's kind of teen horror, but also it's a little bit bloodier by chance than the other ones. But we'll get to that. That's why we go for 18 plus. Okay, but in a more serious thing, there's also an element which I need to consider with myself, for me, myself, and I, is that I have to be honest, I don't have the most appealing art style in my games. Now, I do think I have become a little bit better since a lot of the games I've released and the games I'm even still releasing. And I do have the new 3D engine, which, is nice. But I do have to accept that if I want to make a game that looks appealing in a way which can attract a broader audience, I'd have to be very stylized in a way using the limitations of the engine I'm working with. And one of RPG Maker's limitations is that it does have a very low sprite resolution basis. That is true. Course Party was really big at one point in time. There's no denying that. Even though Course Party, Course Party and Doki Doki Literature Club are kind of like in the same circle of why they're popular and where they're popular. Actually, you know what? That just made me saying that out loud just made me realize something. But continue. I would say that Doki Doki Literature Club and Course Party are kind of similar, actually. Not in that their games are actually similar, but I have a feeling that they tapped into the same want for twisted anime girls. Let's see. Yes, I could, but, you know, I want to do something a little bit more like that. Hey there, Alaska, how are you doing? So, I guess the way to say it, it's time to make Course Party. That's what I'm saying. Let's make Doki Doki Party. My advice there, if you want to grow as like a game developer, just start somewhere and just build yourself up. Realize your limitations and learn how to work with your limitations. And then slowly you improve your skill, and then your limitations become, you know, you get more skills, so you're a little bit less limited than you were before. That's at least how it's worked out for me, actually, over the last 7 years. But it's time for Doki Corpse Party Club. Yep, there you go. Honestly, though, observing why these games grow. Okay, so actually, no, let's actually talk about this. I'm going to make a whole other section I'm going to delete later on this to talk about this. So let's talk about if I want to make money, which is one of my goals on the account that I'm saving up to move out, and also money just generally is nice. So, the games that got really, really big in the horror community, and each one of them has different things. First of all was Amnesia: The Dark Descent. I don't think anyone would deny that. That was the game that had the first big breakout, followed by Slender: The Eight Pages. There was also, I guess, this is actually before Slender: The Eight Pages, there was a breakout of Course Party. And after Slender: The Eight Pages, what was the one after that? I do know we obviously have Five Nights at Freddy's. Oh, that reminds me. Thank you for saying that. I've been wanting to make a classical style. That's actually what we should probably work on now that I said that out loud. I've been wanting for a really long time to make a horror game. Like, here's what I think. What you just said reminded me that was one of the things I was gonna. I'm happy we talked about this. I forgot about this entirely, but I've wanted to make a classical styled RPG Maker horror game. I have made at this point over a dozen RPG Maker horror games, and I've never made a classical styled one. Strangely enough. And I've wanted to for some time, but it never ends up happening. And guess what I can do now? I can make a classical styled RPG Maker horror game in 3D. I can tap into a market that no one else has tapped into. Anyways, we'll get to that, though. It's genius. Yep. I'm gonna take some water here. Anyways, let's talk about this, though. Eve was after Slender: The Eight Pages, because they were both 2012, and they both blew up around the same time. I'll put it here, but they were around the same period of time. But I'm talking about there was other games that were hits too, but I'm talking about like the biggest of big hits. Mm-hmm. Alona plus 3D, my. So, was there anything between Slender: The Eight Pages and like there was a lot of games that played at the time? But was there like a really big one between Slender: The Eight Pages and Five Nights at Freddy's? Because I don't remember one specifically, but maybe I'm just misremembering. I don't think so. No, White Day wasn't huge. Okay, so can I say something? This is maybe me laying out a few too many secrets. So, I did a lot of research. You know what I tried to do? I did something so obvious that I'm surprised I haven't heard anyone else ever talk about this. Yumaneki, that's a little bit, I mean, yes, but no, it wasn't. It's a big cult hit, and it was an early indie horror game, though. It's not really horror, but it also kind of is. It's horror enough, I guess the way I word it. Mad Father is getting a second remake, which is surprising. The first remake was not that long ago. But then again, like, here's the thing. I consider there being tiers of popularity. Like, let's say we're making it so there's like a tier chart, like from F tier to I just to make different categories. There's an E tier, an F tier, a D tier. No, I've mixed up E and F. A C tier, a B tier, an A tier, and an S tier. I would put Mad Father in the A tier. I think when it came out, it was very big, and that was back in 2013, which was between the things I have listed here. But I'm not sure if it ever got to the S tier, if that makes sense. I'm trying to think strictly of what was like S tier of popularity, which, like Mad Father, I think is one step down from things like Amnesia, Corpse Party, Eve, Slender the Eight Pages, Five Nights at Freddy's, and the ones I'm about to write. It's not technically horror, but Undertale does count here. And then we do have after Undertale, there was Hello Neighbor before or after Bendy and the Ink Machine? They both kind of happened around the same time, and so they kind of blur for me. Bendy the Ink Machine. Bendy and the Ink Machine. SCP Containment Breach I would consider another kind of high B, low A. It was big, and there was big coverage, but I'm not sure if it was like full on S tier. Does that make sense? I hope when you guys are kind of getting what I'm saying here. It was before. All right. Hello Neighbors has a very specific thing I need to talk about, by the way. There's a reason that game fell off the face of the earth before, like, when it released. And all right there, David. Thank you very much. After Bending the Ink Machine, it's been kind of not a flat line, but right, Doki Doki Literature Club. And we had Baldi's Basics. Baldi's Basics is a very low S tier. And it did blow up in a very big way for a little bit. So, is there anything which I'm forgetting here that you feel like deserves to be in S tier mentions? And there's a couple here which I think trailed off, but I'll talk about why in a second. I was making sure before I start this talk I fully describe this. And my there's other games that could be mentioned here, like Cuphead. That's not really a horror game, so, I have not seen the Angels of Death anime because I have not played the Angels of Death game yet. It's on my to-do list. It doesn't count as horror, but it was definitely something that blew up. Hey, Azzy, we're talking about Slender Tuffy. Okay. Fran Brow? No. See, I think... Okay. Those got to, like, B tier, I think. Was Cry of Fear popular? I think that's another... I think Fran Bow and Sally Face and Cry of Fear were B tier popularity. Does that make sense? They definitely did have an audience that definitely engaged them. But at the moment, just to keep this conversation from not becoming over complexity, I'm trying to think of what's S tier. Spookies. Both of those are very good. Okay. Was Spookies at an A tier or an S tier? I'm Scared, I think, was at an A tier. It was definitely popular in the early 2010s. Spookies is harder to say. You know what? I guess it was... I know Spookies was high, but was it an A tier or an S tier popularity? Limbo was popular in a different sense, but keep in mind Limbo was 2007. Limbo was a huge part of the reason why indie games started to really take off. There's a lot of games, historically speaking, that played into this. No, Stay Close was played by a lot of people, but I would consider it more of a high C, low B type of territory, but I wouldn't really say that Stay Close really had a sort of culture. Let me say what I'm going to say for a second. The games I'm mentioning here weren't just like big with watchers. They had cultural booms, is what I would say. All three of those are good examples of games that definitely were popular. But what I'm talking... Outlast might belong on this list, but I'm also debating because I think it's more of an A tier than an S tier. I think to be an S tier, it needed to effectively affect the whole entire world. That's the level of popularity we're talking about. Amnesia the Dark Descent, Corpse Party, Eve, Slender the Eight Pages, Five Nights at Freddy's, Undertale, Hello Neighbor, Bendy and Ink Machine, Doki Doki Literature Club, and arguably Baldi's Basics, I think all belong in the territory that they were so big that they somehow affected the world. Their popularity literally became more than what they are. Soma. I wish Soma was that popular. Soma's great, though. Okay, let me talk about this. Amnesia the Dark Descent. Before I talk about them in depth, I'll talk a little about this. Amnesia the Dark Descent was in the right place at the right time, right when Let's Plays were becoming a thing. It was the big game. People like seeing scared reactions. It's no exaggeration to say that Amnesia the Dark Descent was the first big game that began the Let's Play scene. It basically, that game single-handedly jump-started the Let's Play scene. Amnesia the Dark Descent. I don't think anyone would disagree with me on that. Yes, if we're going to talk about every fucking game, I'm talking about a very specific subset of games here. We're in a specific audience, I guess. Corpse Party. It was the continuation, and also Corpse Party is weirdly, inadvertently, also boosted part of the anime mainstream popularity thing. It's surprising, actually, how much of an effect it had in that specific area. Eve was definitely the game that popularized the RPG Maker horror game. I don't think that's up for debate. Before Eve existed, the RPG Maker horror scene outside of Japan was very, very small. It was after Eve that really took off. Slender the Eight Pages. This game was so big, it was on Toonami. No, but it was the game that, it wasn't what invented the Let's Play scene, but I think it was the thing that really boomed the strange indie horror game. Like, it boomed a certain type of indie horror game, for good and bad, but it also was the game which I think was the thing that everybody checked out. Like, everybody. Like, oh, get your friends to play Slender and get their reactions. I think you guys kind of know what I'm talking about. There was a low-time cultural phenomena where everybody was trying to get everyone to play Slender the Eight Pages. None of those are on the level of popularity I'm talking about here. But, like, I think that you all, you all have been alive for longer than 10 years, so yes. But I think you all have experienced that firsthand. Five Nights at Freddy's. Do I even need to tell you that Five Nights at Freddy's is, like, a big deal? I think you guys all know it is. Five Nights at Freddy's is probably tied with Resident Evil at the moment for being the biggest horror franchise. It sells toys like crazy. Kids fucking love Five Nights at Freddy's. It's a big deal. Undertale had a huge impact. Has inspired a lot. It had a big audience. It's a big mega indie hit. Colette was like a D tier of popularity, maybe high, maybe low C. Hello Neighbor. Now, I need to talk about Hello Neighbor for a second because this one's a little bit harder to say. So, I'm going to talk about this more in a second, but Hello Neighbor started strong. And it was big enough to get things like toy lines and stuff, and maybe it can regain its popularity with the sequel in the works. I have my doubts. But yeah. Azzy, we're not naming off Azzy, I think you're just naming off indie horror games at this point. I'm talking about games that are like S tier of popularity. Games that were so big, they had cultural impacts on the scene. Like, not just on the scene, like in the world outside of the scene. Those games definitely did get some viewage. I know what you're sort of talking about, but I consider popularity of these things in like a graded tier list that goes from like E, F, D, C, B, A, S. And right now, just to make it simpler myself, I'm only focusing on S tier popularity. I don't think I'm ever going to get to an S tier popularity game, but I'm talking about this for a specific reason. Because I did something that was kind of interesting, which I'll talk about briefly shortly. But first I'm going over this. Hello Neighbor, I think the problem... actually, I'll get to the problems and things in a second. Doki Doki was a big deal. And Baldi's Basics is a bit debatable, along with Hello Neighbor, but I think they belong here for a specific reason I'll talk about. So, Water Sipped. Amnesia the Dark Descent was in the right place at the right time. Let's Players were just starting to become a thing, and people like seeing people's scary reactions to the game. Amnesia is a good game, so I'm not going to discredit it for anything, but honestly, I think the only reason Amnesia got as big as it did was that it was just lucky enough to be in the right place at the right time. For three reasons. Firstly, horror games were a dying breed in the late 2000s. Horror games were becoming action games since Resident Evil 4. So there was a need and a desire for horror games that were not based on shooting things, because that was what was popular from 2005 to 2010 especially. So a game that popularized the idea of a horror game with no combat was at the time revolutionary, which I know is funny to say 10 years later, but it was definitely true for the time. It was not the first horror game to have no combat, but it is definitely what popularized it. But bigger than that, it was also what boomed the Let's Play scene. It was basically the right game at the right place at the right time. My. Pat there, Azzy. Horse Party is a little bit harder to fully define, but it definitely did have a pretty rabid fan base for a while. And I think part of it also, I think Eve and Horse Party kind of blew up at the same time. Horse Party actually came out in 2010, the same year that Amnesia came out. But I don't think it blew up in popularity until around the time that Eve did. Like, it was just that some people that played Eve looked for another game like Eve, and guess what's another game like Eve? It's Horse Party, and it attracted audiences with its anime-type style. And Eve and Horse Party, defining why they grew big, it's partially, it's the fact, let me talk about something. Outside of Amnesia, The Dark Descent, can I tell you one thing every single one of these games have in common? Ignoring Amnesia, which is an exception to the rule, everything since Amnesia has something very specific in common. Every single game on this list outside of Amnesia. Do you want to know what it is? Can you figure it out before I say it? I'll give you a few seconds. 5, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Janky controls. Okay, get out of here, buckaroo. Doki Doki's a fucking visual novel. How can it have janky controls? Jump scares? No, not actually, no. Endless, you're the closest one. The characters. What was it? Literally every single one of these games. And what is the defining feature of tween horror games? The secret sauce that for some reason is super obvious, but no one's really stated it so clearly. What's super popular, what's really lasted and made a lot of people spread on fan bases about these games? Appealing characters. Horse Party, Eve, fucking Slender Man, Five Nights at Freddy's animatronics, Undertale's characters, Hello Neighbor's creepy neighbor, Bendy the Ink Machine's Inkcast, Doki Doki Literature Club's Anime Girls, Baldi's Basics, Baldi, and School People. All of them had characters that people could latch on to. Now, there's a lot of other elements at play here. More than I can state. But every single one of these had characters that people latched onto. Amnesia is the exception, but that was more of a case of in the right place at the right time, really. Now, lore is part of it, though arguably, like, Slender of the Eight Pages, it's not even like a story in that game. But people did attach to the character of Slender, that's for certain. It is, but I wouldn't say that, like, be honest with me. Can you look at me in the face and tell me that people latched on to the monsters in Amnesia in the same way that they latched on to, like, the characters from all the other ones here? Because I don't think they did. I think you could see the characters from the rest of these in popular culture in one way or another, and you won't really see Amnesia as, like, gatherers in the same way. Stories, characters. PewDiePie and Markiplier and other Let's Players play into this too. But let me say this. The reason why these games are S tier, it's not just the characters. There's more reasoning. There's more that I even specifically know after all my research. But the first element, the first part of this recipe is the characters. And I'm going to write this down. Characters. People attached to the weird anime characters of Horse Party. People attached to, of course, Eve, Mary, and Gary from Eve. People attached to Slender Man and Slender Man. People attached to the animatronics in Five Nights at Freddy's. People attached to the characters of Undertale. People attached to the neighbor in Hello Neighbor. People attached to Bendy and the weird other... Mainly the cartoon characters, honestly. In Bendy and the Ink Machine. People attached to the girls in Doki Doki Literature Club. And people attached to Baldi and the other characters in Baldi's. Now, there's some of these that have longer parts. There's more to it than characters. Just because you have a horror game with good characters does not mean that your game's going to be a success. And also, the characters specifically, there's a few elements here. I think it's a little bit more complex than just saying good characters. It's, as I said, again, it's the first piece of several pieces, but I also would argue it's the centerpiece. I think every other element... In fact, let me tell you something. I told you this before. I've spent an ungodly amount of time doing a shit ton of horror research and trying to figure out what made games popular. And let me tell you something which I've observed. So I've listened to reviews of each and every single one of these games from a bajillion different people, and I picked up on some trends listening to them. And let me tell you something that's really interesting. I've told Em about this, and Em probably knows exactly what I'm about to say if she's listening in. But let me talk about this. Have you ever listened to kids talk about these games? And there are kids that are on YouTube that review these games. And I know it sounds a little bit weird for me to say, but I observed something listening to kids talk about these games. Whenever you listen to an adult talk about these games, the first thing they'll talk about is usually the history of the developer or the history of the game. Like, the game was a game that released on Steam, like for Five Nights at Freddy's, from Scott Cawthon for Undertale, from Toby Fox. And people give like a background history on the game. Almost every single adult reviewer will start a review like that. That's something which I observed listening to a shit ton of these reviews. We'll talk about the prestige of the game and the history of the developer and like the history of the game's existence. That's almost how every single adult reviewer reviews these type of games, in my experience. But if you listen to kids review these games, they do it completely differently. You know what they talk about? A lot of the time, the kids won't even talk about the games. Sometimes they will. But the first thing they almost always start with is the characters. They'll tell you all about who the characters of the game are, their personalities, who their favorite character is. They'll spend almost most of the review, or at least a good portion of it, but they will almost always start with talking about the characters, who their favorites are, who they like, who they don't like. That's one of the big differences I noticed listening to a lot of adults and a lot of kids review these games. Adults talk about the prestige of the game usually first and break down the different mechanics and parts of the game. Kids reviewing these games almost always talk about the characters, and it'll be what spends up a lot of their review time. And that also will tell you a lot if you actually listen to them about what appeals to them. What part of the game is what attracts them the most to it. And that, I think, is the core piece here. Now, there's a lot more to it than just the characters, but I think the characters are the heart of why most of these games, with the exception of Amnesia, blew up in popularity. I think there's other reasons they did. I don't think it was just the characters alone that did it. There had to have been a lot more to it, or otherwise every game that had good characters would blow up. And I know other parts of the recipe I'll talk about briefly as well, but I really do believe that the heart of it is that they have appealing characters. And here's the thing, some of these games don't have very complex characters at all. The animatronics in Five Nights at Freddy's don't actually have very in-depth personalities. They've got like kind of simple personalities even, but they have appealing personalities. So, yeah. So that's just my first piece of the puzzle here. And yep, characters make markability. That's actually... Characters play into several different factors. Characters are appealing. People latch onto characters, and characters are marketable. There's multiple variables to this, but the first core piece is the characters. And I've realized that over time doing a bunch of research. Okay, Azzy. So I will say this, there's a lot of lore. Now, in fact, we'll talk about this. The lore does play into part of the popularity here. I do think kids like spending a lot of time digging into something and learning more about it. And this actually is going to get into something I'm going to talk about. A lot of people will mention the lore, and the lore is definitely part of it, and I think lore is part of the staying power of some of these games. So again, okay. Course Party has a lot of complexities to it. Eve as well, but they're also kind of weirder because they're a little bit earlier in the scene. Slender is a little bit bizarre with this too, because the actual game of Slender the 8 Pages doesn't actually have that much to it. But there's a lot of lore behind the character of Slenderman himself, which I think kind of played into this. Why also there was a phase where every YouTuber in the fucking world was playing all those shitty Slender fan games that were being made. But I think Slender was a thing where even though the actual game of Slender the 8 Pages doesn't actually have much of a story to it, there was enough lore behind the character. In fact, arguably, I think it's with Slender that the focus on lore started really becoming the thing, and I don't think anyone really noticed. Because the actual game of Slender doesn't really have a story to it, so it's like, yeah, what are you talking about? The game doesn't have lore to it. But the character of Slender had a lot of lore behind it, and I think that started the attraction towards people wanting deeper lore to things, and I think having more to talk about and the longer staying power to these things. Five Nights at Freddy's continued this, and even though those other games had lore behind it, I think that Five Nights at Freddy's visceral approach to its lore, I think also helps really cement the idea of a deeper, interesting story to dig into. So the characters being part of the initial appeal, and then the lore keeping people staying. And this can be continued in things like Undertale. Now, Hello Neighbor, I'm going to talk about this. Hello Neighbor and Baldi's Basics are exceptions to the rule here, and I also think the lore lacking and there not being much for players to latch on to is part of the reason why these games have not had the same staying power. And let me also clarify, Hello Neighbor and Baldi's Basics still exist. Baldi's Basics recently had its Steam release, and I even kickstarted it because I like helping low indie horror developers. But anyways, I say little, but they're bigger than me, so, you know. They released their Steam release recently, and it has done decently well, though it hasn't been a huge thing, I also can say fairly. Hello Neighbor has had several side games since the original game's release, and it's gained a sequel, which also popped up at an official game show thing within this last year, so, you know. It's not that those series are dead, but I also would say that they're not at the height of their popularity. Maybe they'll get there again, you know, be nice for them. But at the moment, they sort of are more with their offshoot audience, I guess you could call it. Both of them, I think, squandered their potential for different reasons. Hello Neighbor squandered its potential because it failed itself, is the way in which I would word it. So, Hello Neighbor's Alphas 1, 2, and 3 were huge successes. They got a lot of coverage, and a lot of people excited, had a lot of people really interested in these games. They had a lot of promise, there was a lot of interesting things here. Also, there was a nice feeling where it felt like in the early alphas that the neighbor's AI was really like playing with the player. Like, if you failed after entering in through a certain way, the neighbor would lock up doors. Now, there's easy ways to code this in, but it was nice attentions to details that made your playthroughs feel personalized. And I think that there was a lot of mystery to this, and there was also a stream of content coming. So like, even though I think that the release method of it also played a lot into it. In fact, I'm going to talk about this in a second. This is going to be the third thing, but I'll talk about this. But I think Hello Neighbor failed itself because it chose to focus in the wrong areas. Instead of taking the thing that I think a lot of people latched onto with Hello Neighbor, they started focusing on sections that just was not what people wanted from it. Like, one of the big things I can express, like one of the more obvious things, is that Hello Neighbor initially, though there was a lot of twisted stuff within the neighbor's house, it still just looked like a normal house from the outside. There was a somewhat grounded, interesting level to it. But then after Alpha 3, starting with Alpha 4, they made the house like this extravagantly big, has like a multiple stories, really big and huge type of feeling to it, which didn't feel realistic. It suddenly made, like, you know, just your neighbor down the streets appeal to like something absurd, and I think it wasn't the right direction to take it. And yep, they had Russian conference lectures where they had no lore, and we're also going to talk about this. I think they focused on the wrong sections. They started focusing on making the gameplay too cryptic. They took away from making it feel like it was you versus the neighbor to now it was you going inside of a house, doing weird platforming shit, and also doing cryptic puzzles. Which I'm not saying cryptic puzzles are bad even. It's just, I think the problem with why Hello Neighbor died down a lot is they misunderstood what their audiences liked about their game. And they ultimately focused on the wrong areas that began to get more and more people less interested. I think there's a distinct reason why Hello Neighbor had a lot of popularity. Like from Alpha 1 to 2 to 3, it had gaining popularity. And then starting with Alpha 4, when they made the house a lot bigger and they started focusing less on the neighbor aspect and started making more weird cryptic puzzle stuff and platforming and other things that were going on, they started losing what it was that attracted people to the project in the first place. Not that the finished game is terrible or anything. I just think they chose the wrong areas to focus on and had a missed opportunity there. If you disagree with me, please say so. If you think I'm completely right, then yeah, there's a lot more I could say about it. But Bendy and the Ink Machine. Again, this one's a little bit hard to say because there is deeper lore in Bendy, but it's kind of also straightforward. We'll get to this. There's actually another aspect of this which I need to talk about. Doki Doki Literature Club does have deeper lore to it. The mysteries kept people engaged. There was more to the game and its mysteries when it first released. Baldi's Basics. I think Baldi's Basics blew up and then fizzled out because it didn't have deeper lore to it. Baldi's Basics was kind of made as a parody game. It's a good parody game. I personally feel like Baldi's Basics does Slender's gameplay but better, even though it goes a little bit sillier with it. But I also think that Baldi's hasn't had the same staying power because there wasn't lore. Now, so characters and lore. Let me talk about this. So we got characters. We got deeper lore, which actually leads to a bigger thing, which I'm going to talk about. There's another aspect to this which actually plays into this. I think another thing that also played into all these games' legacies, though this doesn't really start becoming a thing until Slender, which I'll talk about. Slender actually changed a few things about the scene entirely, which we'll touch on. I think something that's notable about every single one of these games is that they have a longer staying power. They are not just a one and done type of deal. Some of them more organically, some of them a little bit forcibly. So this does not apply to Amnesia, and it could have applied to Course Party, but by the time that Course Party blew up in popularity, it was all out there. Given it has had sequels to varying levels of success, but we'll talk about that one a little bit later. And Eve doesn't quite count towards this, though Eve did have updates that came out later, and Eve did also have multiple endings to go for it, so a little bit. But it's really with Slender that this starts taking off. So, Slender, even though the actual experience of Slender is like a 20-minute short thing, Slender was superficially kept in the limelight because of all the games it inspired. There was hundreds of Slender clones, and people wanted more Slender. And I think that part of what kept Slender, the 8 pages, in the limelight for a while was that there was so much more to the Slender experience you could experience after Slender itself was done. And interestingly, unlike the others I'm about to mention, the stuff to Slender that kept people interested in Slender exists. Also, Amnesia did the same thing, by the way. Amnesia also stayed popular because of the custom stories that they had, which were not part of the main game, but Amnesia did the custom stories that kept Amnesia more popular past the initial window of the game being done. And similarly, Slender had like a bajillion games that came out afterwards, which could mean you could theoretically be playing Slender type stuff forever if you really wanted to. That's obviously an exaggeration, but I think you know what I mean. Five Nights at Freddy's. The smartest thing that Scott Cawthon ever did, and a lot of people will say outwardly that they dislike this choice, but I think it was extremely intelligent of him, was that he worked hard and he got 4 games out in a year. It kept a consistent release cycle for a period of time to make sure that Five Nights cemented itself, not just as a phase that came and went. It kept people interested in a shorter period of just a few months between releases so that people were interested in staying informed on the continued growing series. I think that Five Nights was able to keep people interested in both its mystery and lore and also keeping things consistent enough that people stayed on board with it. And yeah, Scott's a decent guy. Undertale had a few things going for it. Firstly, there was more than one way to play the game. There was at least 2 very distinctly different routes through the game that you could play that would have different effects. But also, the game had a lot of secrets into it. Even after the main game was done, people wanted to dig more into, like, oh, I'm sure you know everything. And also, it inspired fan games. And similarly, it had more secrets and little things to discover that kept people a bit more engaged in Undertale than just the initial release, and to play it more than once, so it wasn't just a one-and-done game. Hello Neighbor, we talked about this. Hello Neighbor could have done this, and evidently they were ready to do this because since Hello Neighbor released, they've had like side games and they're not having a sequel. But Hello Neighbor kind of squandered its potential by focusing on the wrong areas, but they did do the right thing to keep a small committed audience to what they've been doing. So, Bendy and the Ink Machine was an episodic release. And the episodic release meant that there were spaces between episodes and people could theorize and build up towards the next episodes. And there was even though Bendy kind of faulted this a little bit, and we'll talk about that if you want me to, but if not, it's okay. Its episodic structure allowed people to sort of go from episode to episode and had a continuous stream of content, so it just wasn't a one and done deal as well. I firmly believe if Bendy and Ink Machine had released as a one full game at the start, and like all 5 episodes were available day one, it would have not had the same effect as if it was released as an episodic game. Do I make sense with that? Doki Doki Literature Club had 2 benefits to itself. The first thing is that Doki Doki Literature Club had secrets that started engaging people. The first time I really heard about Doki Doki Literature Club was knowing that people were looking into secrets about it. So yeah, did someone just say my name? Anyways. But yeah. Doki Doki Literature Club, I think, really latched onto it. Yeah, now it's a TV series. Bendy. Is Bendy getting a TV series? It also had super outside material. I actually did not know that. I know about Cuphead, but I know Cuphead's getting a TV series. But anyways, Bendy and the Ink Machine, the episodic release, I actually think really did help the game's popularity. Again, I really don't think it would have had the same staying power if it was just that game. Yes, all these characters, Bendy, Hello Neighbor, Five Nights at Freddy's, those 3 have had very big, successful toy lines. Though others have had merchandising too. Undertale's had some merchandising, and Doki Doki Literature Club's had some merchandising, I know. But they're on a smaller scale, so. You're correct. Doki Doki Literature Club had secrets, and also, similarly to Amnesia and Five Nights at Freddy's. So Five Nights at Freddy's did also have fan games. But Slender the 8 Pages also had, all the different fan games for it. Doki Doki Literature Club, because it was Renpai, was very easy to mod, which is also why I think you can see a scene of people making, fake stories in Doki Doki's engine as a continuation for themselves. Baldi's Basics, again, was kind of one and done. It did get a big boom, but then it just kind of fizzled out. I'm not saying that's completely dead. There's still an audience, and it's still in the works. It's in early access on Steam. But, So far, you kind of get what I'm getting at explaining. I'm sorry to go a little bit overtly long explaining all this. Hopefully it's interesting enough. If this is all uninteresting, just tell me. I can stop. But I think all of these games benefited from having more than just a one-and-done type of deal. The lore helped towards this, but also I think there was extensions to keep all these games alive for a period of time. Alright, I hope it's interesting. But all the same. I think that the characters are the heart of why these games lasted, but also the deeper lore and extended, not one and done coverage, depth helped to these games stay and get to the level of popularity they got to. I've done a lot of research, as I've said. Now, there's even more which I can say. Alright. The next element, which I can talk about, now this one is not going to be about these games specifically. It's going to be about something which I researched a little bit. So I did an interesting thought experiment. So I looked at the top 10 horror YouTubers. Now, some of them don't really play horror games all the time, especially these days, but I looked over the last 4 years of the top 10 horror YouTubers' videos, what they've uploaded over the last 4 years. And I did an experiment to see what were the most popular videos that they did in the last 4 years and what types of videos got the most views, which one attracted the biggest audiences, which series did the best for them, what individual videos did the best for them, and I managed to notice some patterns. And some of them is stuff which I've not seen anyone else mention. I was like, ooh, that's interesting. It was just a fun day and a half that I spent just to see what results I would get, and I did observe some interesting patterns. So, ready to hear some observations off the? There's a lot of observations I can make. Multiplayer is no, I don't think so. None of these games are really multiplayer to begin with in the first place, and multiplayer is a whole other can of worms. I guess you could say network coding is difficult, and something which I can't say I'm experienced in. Now, yep, part of it was the people passing the game. We talked about this with Slender. People pass things along to let them be sort of known and all that. So, here's something I've discovered looking at a bunch of YouTubers, which is something really, really, really simple, but it can be surprisingly easy to forget when you're making a game. And it's something that all these games had, and I think they were able to convey well. This is the key element to the fourth thing, which I'm about to express. Okay? You guys ready for this? It's really simple, but it's surprisingly easy to look over this. Core appeal. It's true for anything, but something that these games managed to do is have something that was initially attractive in concept and design and easily convey that to an audience. And here's the other part of this. It allowed YouTubers to latch onto something to express to their audience in either video titles or video thumbnails that could easily be conveyed to make the parties interested to watch said videos. That's also just make them interested to play the game in the first place. So it's a very easy to convey core appeal. And let me express this. This does not exactly apply to Amnesia. Amnesia's core appeal was that it was a popular horror game when people were looking for games to play when Let's Players was starting to boom. From there, I'm going to go a little bit from each point to the next. So, Five Nights at Freddy's is one of the easier ones to express, so I'm going to express this, okay? Five Nights at Freddy's core appeal. You're in a haunted Chuck E. Cheese with killer animatronics. That's a pitch. It's a very easy to convey pitch. You show the animatronic monsters. Voila. That's really simple. It's as easy as that. People understand, admittedly, that it's a horror game about killer animatronic Chuck E. Cheese type monsters. That's a simple, easy to understand, and appealing core appeal. Everything else builds on top of that. But that's the very easy to express. If you needed to express Five Nights to someone, you would express it as it's about killer animatronics. It's not just the elevator pitch. That's a little bit too simple for this. This is a mixture between not only the elevator pitch, but also what you can visually express in an instant and what can be expressed through its core concept in an instant, which is part of the elevator pitch. But the design aspect is also important to this. Usually like a key visual or some key visuals are a part of this as well. Undertale, the core concept, the appealing concept to express immediately. And this one, I will say that Toby did a very good job at choosing this to be the game's actual description. It's an RPG where you can befriend all of the monsters and not kill anyone. Also, the game can change very rapidly based on how you play the game. So the choice and the aspect of an RPG of not being one where you can't being one where you can befriend monsters. Hello Neighbor. You're dealing with a creepy neighbor that you're trying to sneak into the home of. Creepy neighbor, a lot of potential there, and you're basically doing some Home Alone scenario, but like reverse Home Alone with them. Simple. Bendy and the Ink Machine. Satanic cartoons. No, they actually didn't tap in that fully, but the core concept is, cartoons, 1930s aesthetic. Horror game. Pretty simple. Doki Doki Literature Club. It's a cute visual novel with something more sinister beneath. You gotta play this game, but I can't tell you why. Look at these cute anime girls doing cute anime girl things. Baldi's Basics. It's like an education game but it's not. These also go retroactively to some others, but if you really start breaking them down, there's something about both. Like what these games partially did different than most of the rest is that they had a very easy to express core appeal, and they also had a visual to accompany them. If you guys look at the titles of all these games, I can guarantee you, maybe that's like an image pops up in your head. There's a visual identity that these games have, alongside just the very core, easy to express appeal of it. Am I making sense with this? There's a visual aspect to this and a core concept aspect to this. Something that's you can easily express to get someone initially hooked into being like, oh, that's interesting. Tell me more. Or show me more if it's like a Let's Play thing. Does that make sense? So, we got characters, we got deeper lore, we got extended not one day cover stuff, we got core appeal. There's a little bit more to this though. We're almost done. The next trick up my hat. Here's something which is very understated about why certain games started to really grow in popularity. Do you guys know what was one of the things that helped almost all of these games grow up in popularity? Something that's actually weirdly understated, though it actually affected a lot of this. I can even say that at least 2 of these games I became aware of through this method and made me more interested in playing the titles. Can you guess what it is? This does not appeal to the first... It does not appeal to Amnesia or Slender the 8 Pages. Well, kind of to Slender the 8 Pages, but... Kickstarter. Well, Kickstarter was true for Undertale. And Five Nights at Freddy's, this is actually something which I don't see people mention. There used to be this indie... Five Nights at Freddy's was not on Steam initially. It originally was part of this one website called Indievania, which is no longer... It died a long time ago. I used to check Indievania quite often. And Five Nights at Freddy's was actually crowdfunded slightly. There used to be this thing where if you bought a game, you could help a developer reach their financial goals in order to make the prototype of a game into a real thing. And I remember that Five Nights at Freddy's used to be there because it used to be featured on that website before the Steam release. I think that part has actually been lost to a lot of people in history, but it's true. Correctamundo. Weirdly enough, I know for a fact, before Five Nights at Freddy's came out, that it used to be on Indievania all the time. I don't think many people checked the website, but I did. And I weirdly think this part of Five Nights at Freddy's history has been lost. I've been like, did no one else but me know about this? But I'm sure other people knew. I never see it mentioned when people talk about the history of Five Nights at Freddy's. Anyways. I digress. That makes sense. So, the thing which I'm actually going to say here, though. Again, this doesn't really apply to Amnesia and Slender, but it does apply to the others. I had a brain fart and I forget what I was about to say. Holy fuck. What was I just talking about? It's something really important, too. You know that thing where I got distracted by thinking about Five Nights at Freddy's history that escaped me. And, I just didn't really think about it. I just retraced my steps in my thought process. So, what? Ryan, even though you just had the answer and you knew about this, what was the thing what was the aspect? So, we're talking about characters, we're talking about deeper lore, we're talking about extend, and we're talking about core appeal, and there's another piece to this. It's another core aspect. It doesn't appeal to Slender, it doesn't appeal to Amnesia. Which part of this was I thinking about, Ryan? Retrace my thoughts here. It's not the character. Oh, I remember it now. Okay, yes, I remember. Okay. It's something which most people don't think of. And apparently myself, because I forgot for a second. So, the aspect. You know what? How made these games really popular? You want to know what made these games boom in popularity? One of the key things that's often not talked about, something that I think is one of the big things that made these games stick out and grow in popularity. And what I think not every horror game or indie game gets, but if you can get it, it will definitely help your game boom. Ready for it? What do you think the secret is? Because I'm about to say it. What do you think it is? Because I'm about to come in swinging. Okay, here it is. Not YouTubers. YouTubers are a result of this. It's music. Every one of these games, starting with Five Nights, had a big music presence. If you look at any of these games, any of them, in fact, I'll give you an example here. Music was one of the things that helped sell all of these games. I will show an example. So you guys are going to see YouTube in just a second, so get ready for that. I know the scary YouTube coming on screen, but let's do it. Here is Five Nights at Freddy's default if I just, go onto YouTube for it. And look, one of the things here is this almost 200 million viewed song of Five Nights at Freddy's by the Living Tombstone. Let me listen to it and do its thing. Fan songs are a part of it, but there's also official music in some cases. If we look at all the top viewed Five Nights at Freddy's stuff, oh my, what is this? Almost all of them are music. What could this mean? Oh, but surely it's just Five Nights at Freddy's. There's also some anime shorts and some other things. I've done my research, buckaroo. Alright, let's try another one. Doki Doki Literature Club. Alright, view count. What's this? Music? Who would have thought? What is this strange phenomenon? There's also game theories. But this doesn't apply to everything that I said. As I said, Amnesia and Slender are kind of... Well, Slender had the give me $20 thing, but that doesn't really count. Rolling with that. And if we go to Bendy and the Ink Machine, for starters, look at what the top search result is. It's a song. Well, look, we got some music stuff here. We go by view count. What's this? Well, stars is that the other Ryan. But we got a lot of stuff with actually some kids here things. But there's music that's definitely towards the top of the popularity here. Now, Undertale's a bit different. Undertale came before like the popularity boom of fan covers or songs. I mean, it has some, but it wasn't what helped it. Undertale just has good music. I guess Sans and Papyrus Rap Battle can be the most popular Undertale video of all time. Thank you, YouTube. But from there, one of the aspects that is not very often mentioned. I won't say it's never mentioned. I've seen it mentioned by like one other person in the YouTube video. I was doing my research here, but it's also true of this stuff. Music was one of the core features of what helped all these games build up. All of them either had a fan... Now, fan songs were a big part of this, but it wasn't fully just fan songs. There's a deeper history here I can get into, which I actually did not know for myself, but I knew about the music thing separately, I guess. I would say that one of the aspects of what helped these games blow up... Now, given this is a little bit hard to talk about, because some of these, their popularity boom wasn't just because of it. A lot of this was fan songs, which they aren't fully in control of. Though some of them were. Bendy kind of intelligently worked with, I think it was Doug Games, to make some music before they really start releasing stuff, but all the same. I would say, so far, the mixture to what made these games blow up in the way that they did is a mixture... I'm also going to mention this. I'm talking about what initially makes them blow up. There is a chain reaction where, like, oh, they're popular, so people know about them, so they get toys, and the toys help them to get more popular type of aspect. So, obviously, if you see, like, toys for the game in store or in places, it just gets more exposure naturally because people can just see these things in their daily lives. but I'm talking specifically about what helps these things get to that point, as opposed to like they're so big that people, it's like more people learn about them because now people already know about them because they have a presence in a more public space. Mm-hmm. You're correct. Like that recently happened to Among Us because Among Us was out for 2 years before it blew up in popularity within the last like month or two. And that one was partially just happened to be in the right place at the right time. It does something that's happened where there's like a boom of popularity after release. So is what it is, what it is. But I would say the characters, the deeper lore, the extended and not one and done coverage depth, the core appeal, and the music are all core factors. Now there's one more key to the pie here that I'm going to talk about. Can you guys guess what I think the sixth element, knowing the other ones, which is core to these games' success? This one's actually kind of simple too. I'm just gonna say it's one instead of making you guys guess here. Simple gameplay, actually, that's a good one to mention, which I'll talk about there. I guess I'll include it here. Replayability plays a little bit into it. In fact, both these kind of play into what I'm about to say. I'll just say it, okay? I'm gonna cough for a second, so give me a moment. The viewer element. And let me explain what I mean about this. Though I also do think you guys are correct that all of them are pretty simple. Like, frankly, every single one of these are really accessible games. You're correct. They're all, with the exception of like Amnesia and Hello. Well, actually, Amnesia, once you know something's pretty easy. They all are pretty simple gameplay wise. If I'm gonna be honest with you. But I mean, the viewer element. And let me explain. Amnesia: The Dark Descent. What's the viewer element? Haha, person gets scared. Let me also say is that universally can be said about most of these games. People like seeing other people get scared. It's just true. Now, going with this though, there's a little bit more to it. Amnesia also has the added aspect that, well, Amnesia was also the first, so it didn't need as big of a viewer element because it was just there. It was innovative at the time just for meaning that. People wanted to see other people get scared. Slayer in the Eight Pages is a very similar way. People wanted to see others get scared. And it was the game that was in the right place in the right time to do it. Course Party. Let's talk about this. Course Party isn't a specifically scary game. But what was the viewer appeal? People enjoyed seeing the bad ends. People enjoyed seeing people voice the characters for each other and the voices that people would do for them. Walking Dead. That was S tier 2, right? Walking Dead. That's a late one, but yeah, that one was pretty big. It was definitely what popularized the Telltale game stuff. I'll leave it out for the moment, but you're not wrong about that. But, in fact, that actually does play into this. There's a little bit of choice in Course Party, not really, but there's enough to make people interested to see all the different outcomes of different characters. And then I like seeing people do voices. Eve has multiple endings. And also just, you know. Five Nights at Freddy's is a little bit more obvious, and it's also where the viewer element... Because I also will say this, the viewer element gets more complex as time goes on. Because at the beginning here, Let's Plays are a new thing. So just the innovation of seeing people playing an interesting game is enough. Does that make sense? Like, there's still aspects to be said here, but it's still the phase where Let's Plays are a new thing, and the popular game of what Let's Players play is all that's needed. Five Nights at Freddy's. Obviously, there's the can they survive and learn the techniques and may survive each night and do the challenges if they do the different night modes that once you beat the game. In Undertale, there's the element of player choice and seeing the different route possibilities and combinations and the experiences. And there's also the bit where people just like seeing people react to the parts that they like of something. So they might initially enjoy the player choice from a player they like, but then they might watch like the same sections they really enjoyed of the game, watching someone else play those moments. Hey there, Grayson. Basically, the choice and the story moments were a lot of it for Undertale. Hello Neighbor, like Five Nights at Freddy's, it's, dealing with the neighbor and seeing the player experience of handling the AI fun. Bendy and the Ink Machine. The viewer visibility and the thing that was part of the appeal was people digging more into the game to try and look more into it than it actually was. Though also a lot of it's just boo, it's scary and cartoony, and I want to see where the story goes and see people react to my favorite bits. We got Doki Doki Literature Club, which this one's interesting, but I think plays back in the course party where people like seeing the different voices that people do for it, and also seeing what events and seeing people react to their favorite parts of the game. So I think that they'll be morbidly curious about the story initially, and then they'll want to see like different people react to their favorite bits of each of the game. Baldi's Basics is similar to Slenderman, where, I mean, gameplay wise, but its viewer element has a lot more to do with, people getting frustrated and getting scared by aspects of the game and seeing if they can survive the scenario or not, etc., etc. I see. Have a good day there, Disco Mouse. So, I think the last element, though, accessibility was a good one to mention for you guys. But also the viewer element, a lot of these games were spread through popularity, through sharing. And I think that figuring out what aspects of the games are interesting to share is part of it. Does that make sense? And let me also say this. The shareability element isn't the most important thing, but for like this initial aspect, but it is definitely what helps the spread of these games. We're not sure yet, Grayson. We got some old game ideas and some new ones here. Like we got Cutie Patootie and Sugary Sims Fresh Girls and Unlabeled. We're talking right now about like a bigger core thing. That said, probably those games won't appease to the aspects I'm talking about here. We got into a discussion about what makes games big. Oh, also, I forgot to mention this with core appeal. Can I tell you some things I noticed when I did? Grayson, you already know the answer to this, so I'm not talking to you specifically. I just forgot to mention this earlier. I mentioned you guys I did a research by looking at multiple of the biggest horror Let's Players and looking at what videos caught attention in the last 10 years. There's another aspect which isn't true of the games I'll list here, but something which I observed when looking at all these. And this has to do with core appeal, but it's a little bit more specific than that. Because I figured out some things that people like watching horror Let's Players like seeing. Ready for me to throw this out here? This is actually pretty interesting. Like, actually legitimately interesting. If you're interested in this topic at all, before I change topics. So, noticeably, there was certain things that got more views just by being this specific thing than other things. And some of them are more obvious than others. Some of them I was very interested by. So let me say one of the weirder ones, which I actually was really like, oh, that's very interesting. I found out that people naturally are more interested in Asian or other folklore games. Games that deal with folklore in a very intimate, obvious way. Games like, just for some examples, Detention and Devotion on an extension, or like White Day, or the game that's like White Day, but that's 2D, which I'm forgetting the name of right now, or games like, what's his name, the Scandinavian folklore horror game. There was something, well, my main point is there's something about games that enrich themselves with folklore that don't make them get to the top like these games do, though of course Party is a little bit arguable there, but makes them have a higher than average view count to the other horror games. People seem interested in seeing certain types of folklore or certain types of very distinct cultural presence in specific games. In every channel I looked at, for the last 4 years at least, there was definitely a higher view count on videos of games that very directly tackled folklore themes. Or very strong cultural ties, like a game that's like super obviously Japanese, or a game that's like super obviously, I don't fucking know, Russian. That's alright, Endless. I hope you have a wonderful night's sleep. Just call that an observation. I noticed that there was a presence of people that enjoy these folklore type things. Now, this next one is going to be super obvious. Though actually not, because there's a deeper element to it. Well, I don't even think it's just that, because I don't think it's just they were better executed. I think it has a lot more to do that there's something innately interesting to people about that. Because I think that, of course, the deeper execution when one witnesses is part of it, but I think this is also just part of the initial core appeal, I guess you could say. Now, ready for the next one? Now this one, I think, did better than even the folklore aspect. The folklore aspect was more interesting to me. This one was like, okay, yeah, that makes sense as a horror fan. And it's really obvious, but I'm going to say it. This one will not be very surprising. You'll be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. People like seeing cute girls in fucked up situations, usually, maybe, covered in blood. People like seeing cute girls in being tortured. Not even, no, here's the thing. Here's the very specific thing. It's not just about cute girls. This would not hold true for just cute girls in the examples I used. You would think that, but no, it's very specifically thumbnails or video titles or whatever suggesting cute girls in fucked up situations. Just because they had cute girls didn't specifically mean it was the most viewed video, because there's a lot of cute girls out there. It was very specifically cute girls in fucked up situations. Also maybe covered in blood. Mm-hmm. Rolls as it goes, as it goes. Yep, people like the contrast of cute and horrifying. And cute girls, so, rolls as it goes. As I said, all of this sounds obvious when I say it out loud, but I did a lot of research, and I found a lot, actually. There's even more that I'm not sharing, because I want to keep some of these details to myself. But I found some very interesting things doing all the research I was doing into all of this. Mm-hmm. But there's very specific topical things that I just, over time, came to realize, like, oh, so that's what people like checking out. Now I know. All right, so with all that expressed, I think all that ties into core appeal, which I have listed above. Is just outside of the general idea of core appeal, I did find some patterns of what was corely appealing about certain games and audiences, I guess. Mm-hmm. Indeed, Grayson. Add in a monster, or maybe the girl covered in blood, or maybe there's also the yandere face type thing where they're like giving a creepy face, or they're like glitched partially, something like that. No, not really. Like Doki Doki, no, not Doki Doki Literature Club, Yandere Simulator. I know that game deservedly has a lot of negative attention right now, but there's no denying that game was very popular. Arguably still is, because people now are invested in the drama around it. But it was a 3D game with cute girls. That wasn't exactly a horror game. Debatable. It's at this point infamy, but there's no denying it was popular for a very long period of time. That one is still, people like Yanders. Let me say this. This is a whole other topic. I did research since I decided to make a Yandere game back in 2019, Blossoming Yandere. We talked about it earlier. I found out that Yanderes are an untapped audience for a lot of people, but not only that, there is surprisingly little Yandere content out there. When you hear it, like, a lot of people know Yanderes, but you'd be surprised how little Yandere stuff there actually is out there, especially anime. You would think, like, oh, Yanderes are an anime thing, and in theory they are, but you'd be surprised how little yandere anime there actually is. Now, there are, like, if there's a show with a shit ton of characters, like, just for some examples, like, My Hero Academia, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, shows that have tremendously huge cast of characters. there will be a yandere in the bunch, just because, they have to make so many varied characters that a yandere comes up eventually, because it's a trope they can tap into. But you would actually be surprised how many animes feature a yandere as a core part of the show's concept. Because there's like other characters that there's like tsundere shows with like main girl tsundere or whatever, but there's surprisingly few yandere anime characters, but even more so animes that have a bigger role of yanderes in them. Yeah. It was just surprising to me because I had this opinion before I started working on Blossoming Yandere and doing my research that yanderes were this bigger thing than they actually are. And let me say this, there is definitely an audience for yanderes. Unfortunately, what I'm about to say will sound a little bit weird, but because I was trying to figure out what yandere content was really popular, my findings would show that currently the biggest market for yandere stuff is ASMR, which a lot of people are just into that. They like their yandere role plays, I guess. So, yeah. And those generally are more popular than a lot of the other types of role play and videos. They are continuously pretty popular, so is what it is, what it is. I found a lot of interesting things in my research on various things. I like researching a lot of things, so. But my main surprise to myself was that yandere content is surprisingly sparse, and yet there's notably and evidently a big audience for it. How am I there, mister? How am I there, Chamsies? Silent Hill 4 does have a lot of like J horror stuff to go with it, given I've got pretty broad interest in Japanese horror. Now, I'm gonna be honest with you. Despite this whole long conversation we just had about the appeal of characters of this sort, yeah, Seiya's not a yandere actually. Though there is a character that's not quite yandere. Like, there's the bit where the guy goes crazy. We'll talk about that another time. He was a yandere, so. Yes, it did. Silent Hill 4's PC port onto GOG was actually a better port than the previous one that came out physically like over a decade ago. Anyways, getting back to this topic though. Give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. So, I think going over everything, we did have ideas up here, but probably the thing I can pull off the best, and probably the best option for me, and the best chance I have, and it would just be good for me in general, I should just fucking make a classical styled RPG Maker horror game in 3D. I thought about this, we've talked over a lot. It is the best choice. Like, there's other things I could do, but I think now's the time. I think I can make a really damn good classical styled RPG Maker game. I predict within the next year there's going to be more of a want for these type of things. I think that I can currently do something that no one else has done yet, and I want to be before them, to make an RPG Maker styled game in 3D, because I can do that. And I think, honestly speaking, I don't mean to insult other game creators. Let me also say this. One area which I suffer in is 2D art, or my art style. So my art style is always one of the weaker areas. I do have support here, which can probably help there. But my art has gotten better, and if I'm going to be frank, in the actual design of a game, so for those who don't know my history of game development, at this point I've made over a dozen RPG Maker horror games. I don't know the exact number. I'd have to actually sit here and count them. And also, there's things that may or may not count, like Please Love My Computer game, which has miniature games in it, or like Found Horror Game 11.x, which I'm about to release Game 7 for, or just like other games up this alley. Like, I also have unfinished games or games in partial completion. I will say up front that I have learned a lot through the engine, more than I think most people know about the engine, because I have spent an ungodly amount of time in it. I have over 10,000, getting close to 11,000 hours in RPG Maker MV, and that's on top of the 2,500 or something hours I had in RPG Maker VX Ace before I moved on to MV. And that's alright. Art can always be benefited. I'm going to be cheating. The 3D thing I'm going to be using is going to be using 2D sprites mainly in a 3D space with only some 3D stuff and actuality. And I'm thinking make a pretty good look for the type of thing I'm going for. I personally prefer MV to VX Ace, but I will say this now. There's different pros and cons. The discussion of what the best RPG Maker is a little bit of a heated one. Generally speaking, you'll see people who feel differently. Some people like XP the most still. My there, Grayson. Alright. Honestly, I don't know why I deleted everything. Like, I can get there. But I should keep these elements open, especially, I think. Now, let me also say this. I'm not trying to make an S-tier popular game. I think that's a stupid idea. I don't think I'm in the right position right now to be able to make a game like that. Maybe in the future, if I'm lucky, and I have the right mindset going in. But, at the moment, not what I'm going to be focusing on. I just want to make a game that's a little bit bigger than I made before. And I also will say this. For specifically tapping into the RPG Maker audience, one alienating thing I've probably done is I haven't actually made a game that specifically appeals to that audience. I would weirdly say Close Your Eyes is the closest I ever got to making an RPG Maker horror game that appealed to the core RPG Maker audience. Even that wasn't specifically appealing to that core audience. I've actually never made a game specifically with that audience in mind. We'll define what a classical styled RPG Maker horror game is in just a second. But at the moment, we're going to keep in mind characters, deeper lore, extended not one and done coverage depth, core appeal, music, and viewer element. Because these are all going to be very important. Now, some of this I can actually answer immediately. Characters. One of the core things about every RPG Maker horror game that's come out that has had like the classical appeal is that they do have appealing characters, even if some of them in different ways than you might expect. Like Witch's House was pretty popular, but then the Witch's House doesn't actually have a lot of story until the very end. It does a lot more with other aspects of it. It does have characters, obviously. You got Viola, you got the witch, you got the cat, you got the frog buddy that you take with you, but you know. Deeper lore does obviously exist in Witch's House. They have a full fucking novel on it. Extended coverage stuff, well, Witch's House didn't blow up in popularity like some others did. Like, it did, but it's more like a high B, low A tier thing, but it is more of a Kuso puzzle game, I agree with you. It does have the core appeal about seeing a cute girl going through torturous death scenes, so we got that going for us. It does have good music, even though it doesn't actually have much original music, but that's okay. It does have the viewer element of seeing, you know, first-time players go through the house with its different traps and see which ones they fall to, what death scenes they get, where they survive, etc., etc. So, you know. Eve is in a similar way. So, Eve is quintessential. I do not disagree with you. So the area which I'm going to question. So the characters, the characters will figure out along the way. I think that generally RPG Maker horror games have been pretty good in the character department. I believe in my ability to make appealing characters. The main tricky part for me is going to be the character design. I'm probably going to need some help for that, but, you know, it's part of the process. Deeper lore, easy peasy for me. I know how to make deeper lore for days. I don't mean to pat myself on the back, but I'm pretty good at it. The extended part I'm going to talk about. This one's going to be the trickiest, and I have to make the most controversial decision about. We'll talk about it. The core appeal. Honestly, a classic RPG Maker horror game in 3D. With cute girls in disturbing situations and classical dark fantasy horror tones. But the basic idea is an RPG Maker horror, a classical styled RPG Maker horror game in 3D. That's an appeal. There's people like RPG Maker horror games that like to see such a title in 3D. I think that makes sense. I'm not trying to get to an S tier of popularity. If I was trying to get to S tier popularity, I don't think that core appeal would be good enough. But I think it'll be good for what I'm doing here. Music. Well, that one I'm going to have to work on. But it is there. Viewer element. So this also is going to play somewhat into the extended aspect I'm going to talk about. We need to talk some about the actual game, and I need to make some decisions about it. So let me talk about the most controversial element I'm probably going to say about this, but it's a decision which I'm thinking about right now, here and now. Twitch integration. I'd have to do some learning to get that to work. So I'm going to say no on account that I'm not even sure what Twitch integration... Like, think about Eve and Witch's House and all that fun stuff, which are kind of like narrative, mood, puzzle-solving games. Would Twitch integration really add much to those games? I don't really think it would. A viewer element. All good. Oh my, I do love my RPG Maker horror games on account that I actually make a lot of them as well, but not just because of that, I just like them. So, here comes my controversial pitch I'm going to say to you guys, is this being our community project. I think we should make it episodic. That's also controversial in a few ways, but let me express my reasoning. Firstly, Course Party. Now, in fairness, that one was not actually like the version of Course Party that got popular was actually not made in RPG Maker. It was made in a custom engine. The original Course Party is made in RPG Maker, but that one wasn't episodic, and that one didn't blow up in popularity. It's also very, very old. It's actually weird that Course Party is one of the oldest horror games, like legitimately. It's always weird to me. But anyways. To roll and go with it. Course Party did not get a benefit from its episodic release because the only version that released overseas was the completed version. It was episodic in Japan on PC between 2006 and 2008, I believe. Might have been 2009. Bendy and the Ink Machine, part of how it stayed popular was that it was an episodic release. Five Nights at Freddy's, part of how it stayed popular was that a lot of games are released in short succession. Frankly, and I'm going to be a little bit bluntly honest here, Five Nights at Freddy's was basically an episodic game, except it wasn't technically an episodic game. Does that make sense? I think it makes sense. Then, going with others, Hello Neighbor used basically the alphas. Not quite as an episodic function, but kinda. Kinda. I would actually argue that the Five Nights gameplay did change a bit from entry to entry. Enough so that it was interesting to people, but anyways, all the same. I will say this, though, if we go the episodic route, there's a few pros and cons and challenges with that. It also kind of changes the type of story that we're telling. I'm going to say this right now, controversial opinion incoming. I don't think Bendy and the Ink Machine had the most engaging use of the episodic structure, but it did definitely help. I talked about this. I think Bendy would not have been the success was if it wasn't for the episodic structure, but I think it didn't handle itself the best with its episodic structure. If we talk about the opening and the closer to each chapter, you guys mind if I spoil the hell out of Bendy's like intro and endings to each chapter, except for the final chapter, which is just the ending of the game. Though Bendy's ending is disappointing in my opinion, but that's a whole other topic. The first episode or chapter, I guess is what they call it, of Bendy and the Ink Machine, you step into a circle and you pass out. Basic, whatever. I mean, you got chased right before this, but you just kind of go deeper after you fall into a hole, and then you kind of pass out abruptly. And then you just start off the next chapter by awakening after you pass down in the circle. And frankly, it's never actually expanded upon of what actually happened there. Is it? Like, I guess it's because the circle is satanic, but what happened? I don't know, anyways. Going on from there, the second episode ends. Now, the second episode, in my honest opinion, is one of the better episode ends that Bendy does. It's not amazing, but it's better. I think out of all of the episodes, it's one of the two episodes that kind of ends in a kind of neat way. You get chased by Bendy for the first time after he kills that guy who praises him and gets killed too quickly, but then he comes back randomly later. But anyways, you get chased by him, you get to a safe place, and then Boris walks around the corner. You're like, it's a cartoon character, and then the chapter ends. That's an interesting enough ending, actually. Which goes into episode 3. You wake up, you're chilling with Boris. Now, in my opinion, this one has the worst ending of all of them. By far. By far. It's like so cliched. Basically, the whole chapter 3 of Bendy and the Ink Machine, you're helping this person named Alice Angel. And you spend the whole entire chapter helping her. And then you get into the elevator where she says she's going to let you go. But surprise, the bad lady betrays you. And then drops the elevator with you and Boris in it. So you crash land. And then Boris is there in the wreckage with you, and you see Alice Angel walking. And then he does that really stereotypical, the scene where people let their arms and legs out in front of them and they get pulled into the darkness. You've seen it in a bajillion horror movies. We all have. Even just horror parodies or things in kids' media. You've seen the scene of somebody extending their arms and legs out, getting pulled into the darkness in like anything horror at some point. And that was basically the end of the chapter. Nothing. Just the character that was obviously going to betray you betrays you, and then Boris gets pulled by her into the darkness. And that was the end of the chapter. It's very anticlimactic. And then the next episode begins with exactly that. You wake up from the elevator crash. I'm not even saying that the elevator crash could have been well done. That was just a very underwhelming way to handle it. Well, not exactly. That was... Like, for starters, that's not a chapter end. It's not trying to hook you to play the next episode. It's not like a narrative hook to the next one. It's mainly the monster, Vatiel, picks up sometimes to be a random chance that you get a scene of him dragging her off. This wasn't like that. This is more like that really fast get pulled into the darkness thing you've seen in a bajillion horror movies. It's okay. I know what you were getting at. Silent Hill 3 is one of my favorite games of all time. So you bringing it up is never a bad thing in my opinion. So don't apologize. Now, to go off from there, there's a lot of examples. A lot of examples. Not even just in games and movies and TV shows and anything horror. It's a trope, basically. Anyways, the fourth episode, how it ends. Now this one's okay too, because at least it's simultaneously disappointing and interesting. It's more disappointing in retrospective, though also kind of disappointing in the moment. So you fight modified Boris in a boss battle, And then after you defeat Boris, the Alice that screwed you over in the last chapter and this whole chapter runs at you to do something. I don't even think she has a weapon. She just kind of runs at you. And then she gets katanaed in the chest and falls over. And then there's another Alice Angel and another Boris standing behind her, which was like, what? Now, again, we've seen a lot of Borises previously, so I think a lot of people made the connection pretty quickly. But it's an interesting ending because it's like, oh, who are these people that are exactly the same people as the people we just saw killed? But also, it's a little bit disappointing that they didn't do more with the Alice villain they were building up. They literally spent half of the game building up this villain. So to have her die in such a way was kind of disappointing. And then we're not going to get into how disappointing the ending to the actual Bendy game was. Hopefully the sequel does better. I hope they learn stuff from it. So despite what I'm saying, I'm sorry I went on a little bit of a tangent there. I do think that Bendy being episodic was the right choice for it. I don't think the game would have been as big as if all the episodes had released at once. I think it was a smart idea for them to make it episodic. But frankly speaking, I don't think Bendy used the episodic format of its story to its fullest. In quite a few ways. Also probably helped that Bendy doesn't have a good story. But you didn't hear that from me, except that you did, but shh. Bendy is a weird situation where I want Bendy to have a better story than it actually does. It's got good characters, or appealing character designs is maybe more of it. Nobody told Meatley. Meatley's a cool person is the thing. I don't want to insult his work. But I think Bendy's story gets progressively less interesting the further into it that you go. My, there were. I actually find Bendy appealing for a number of reasons. So I don't hate Bendy or anything, and I'm very interested in the upcoming Bendy sequel, The Dark Revival. If they've learned a lot from Bendy and the Ink Machine, it could turn it into something really special, and I honestly believe that. But if we're just talking about Bendy and the Ink Machine as is, and not about what they might have learned from it for the sequel, Bendy has the potential to tell a good story, but I wouldn't say Bendy and the Ink Machine tells a good story. Anyways, that's just my opinion, though. Now, accidentally just did that, but hey, sorry for that loud bang there for a second. I accidentally let my microphone bend its back and do a weird stare at the ceiling thing, but so it seems that our idea is to do a classical styled RPG Maker horror game. Surprise, surprise. Actually a surprise though, because I haven't actually done one yet. Now Slam's desk. I'll tap it instead. Now, even though I say that, and I've done, obviously, being a RPG Maker horror developer, I've done a lot of research into RPG Maker horror games. Classical styled RPG Maker horror game means a few things, if you had to ask me. I also am going to say this right now. I have been waiting to do this project for a while, so I actually have, music not decided specifically, but ready to go for such a project. I've waited for this day. Furthermore, what I can say about it is that should it be episodic though? I guess a few of the classics were episodic. Here are some RPG Maker horror games that were episodic. Corpse Party. Hello Charlotte. Was Angels of Death episodic? I'm pretty sure it was. You know what? There is actually a second method outside of episodic. Though I'm not sure it would work with the classic style. There is the classic RPG Maker trope of versions, which was started with Yuma Nikki. And there were different versions of Witch's House. I remember that Witch's House got the ending that added a few secrets to the game. I remember that Eve got some updates. The biggest update was the one that added the the secret dungeon and the new secret endings that you could get with Mary and etc. So yeah. I remember that. So for extended coverage depth, episodes will be the easiest and most straightforward way, though. I will say that. Up front, up top. And being episodic does have two pitfalls, if I had to say. It breaks up the pacing of the game a bit. You do have to change the method of your storytelling. I'm pretty sure I could do it, but is it the best option for this project? I think we need to figure out a lot more about this project before I can really say. At the moment, because it's just an abstract idea. I do have an idea for an RPG Maker horror game, which I think is good, but should I do that here, or should I do this more of a community thing? I don't know. And now, okay, the main thing, I got a little bit off topic, I keep on doing that. The main thing that we have to talk about is what exactly is a classical style RPG Maker horror game, because despite me saying that, I would actually say that there's a few different types or subgenres of this. Now, there are a few things that they all have in common. Can you guys guess what all RPG Makers or classic styled RPG Maker horror games have? Not all RPG Maker horror games, but most of the popular ones do have a few things in common. Welcome back there, moths. Well, yeah, Stalker is one of them, but this is like more obvious than that. Now, this doesn't apply to everyone, like Oi Oni is going to escape the rule of two of the things I'm about to say. Well, that's just the RPG Maker engine. This is going to be in 3D anyways, so it's not going to be the same thing. You guys are thinking a little bit too specifically. What I'm going to say here is a lot more broader. A, they feature cute girls. Now, Oi Oni is an exception to that of the popular RPG Maker horror games, but you will notice a trend in almost every popular RPG Maker horror game, with like a couple exceptions, that they mostly featured cute girls. That was a core part of what I would call the classical styled RPG Maker horror game aesthetic. The next thing is that almost all of them have a dark fantasy setting. You're talking about Crooked Man, but I know what you're talking about. Most of them feature some different... Now, it kind of varies in level, but most of them have... I don't know how to fully describe this outside of, like, dark fantasy. And let me try my best to express it, but it's actually really hard to. Even in weird examples, like since we're talking about Crooked Man was one of the bigger ones, and yeah, not like the biggest, but it was definitely up there. Dark fantasy is surprisingly common in the most popular of the classical styled RPG Maker horror games. Eve is set in a painting world within a museum. Witch's House is set in a witch's house. Mad Father is set in a Gothic-styled mansion with a secret underground laboratory. I just fucking realized how Resident Evil as shit as that was, but trust me, it was like Resident Evil, except a lot more Gothic fantasy. There's also other things about it, which a lot of the big games kind of played ball with. Crooked Man, even though it had some more, I guess you could say, not really grounded settings, but even the ones that had like more... Misao's a good example of this. Even the games that had like more traditional settings often were like fueled to be less... I know the perfect way to describe this. Misao fueled its more classical setting with strong Japanese folklore vibes, funnily enough. And then Crooked Man, even though it was set in somewhat arguably, I'm saying arguably because they weren't really laid out like real places, but they have not only the puzzle presence, you could say, but they also had a stronger fairy tale. Like the Crooked Man itself is from a classical children's nursery rhyme. The actual character Crooked Man, the whole Rope Swain story that he's like based off of, and also as part of the Strange Men series that adapted fairy tales. There's like a kind of dark fantasy fairy tale edge, even to the more grounded games that like really blew up in the scene. Even Oi Oni, which is like, you know, a little bit different than the rest of them I'm mentioning here, does feature a classic urban folktale at the heart of it, which the people go to investigate with the house. So, yeah. I would say in the classical RPG Maker horror game, though there's a lot of differences between the games, um, before we get into more specifics, most all of them feature cute girls. Not all of them do. Crooked Man and Oyoni are two exceptions, though. I will also say that Hiroshi from Oyoni, the main character, his design was made to be more appealing later. I think the choice to give him a scarf was a smart one. And I also will say that Crooked Man does have some character designs and art stills that make the characters look more appealing. I would also argue that part of Crooked Man's selling point used more of the appearance of the Crooked Man to be appealing, but I digress. Yeah, 1 second, please. Okay. The things to think about and do. Now, to think. Classical style RPG Maker horror games outside of this. Now, besides this, Eve was more purely puzzles. I guess. Let's talk about the big ones. What when you guys think about big RPG Maker horror games, like the ones that were like really big, what do you think of? I think of Eve. I think of Witch's House. I think of Mad Father. I think of Oyoni. I think of Crooked Man. What other ones? They do hardly ever have combat, I will say that. Popular horror protagonists are either the frightened cute girls or the upset father or father-like person. Not always true, kind of true. Hiroshi isn't like actually a father, but he is an intellectual type. They're kind of like cool. Level-headed. Maybe a little bit of fear, but a reasonable amount of fear to not get in the way of their coolness. Yumaniki a good one, even though I don't think we're making a Yumaniki style game right now. It's also arguable if that was even really a horror game, but it's horror enough. I think that's most of the really, really, really big ones that came out, but a Fear and Hunger type game would take a very long time to make. Like, that wouldn't become a medium bigger project. Lisa the First was popular, but a lot of people didn't realize that was like a. The Lisa games, I think I want to take inspiration from eventually for something that's a little bit broader than this, but not for this particular project. They are good games, though. I'm not going to argue there, because I agree with you. I don't think that Lisa fits as a classical styled RPG Maker horror game, though. My. Commitment. As I said, I have made over a dozen RPG Maker horror games at this point in time, but I would not define a single one of them as classical styled, so. The first is closer to Yumaniki, but I'm also going to point out that that game didn't particularly take off in popularity. If you're going to be honest, as someone who played Lisa the Painful, I actually have one of the, not Lisa the Painful, Lisa the First. I actually legitimately have one of the first Let's Plays of Lisa the First on YouTube. I played Lisa the First the same week it came out, and no one else was really playing it. I even got to a point where after Lisa the Painful came out, a lot of people were like, "Hey," they contacted me like, "Hey, can I use footage of your Lisa the first playthrough for my analysis of it?" I'm like, "Yeah, sure, whatever, just credit or whatever." And so I know for a fact that Lisa the Painful never really took. Not Lisa, I keep on saying the Painful. Lisa the First never really took off, and I know there wasn't really a scene for it until after the Painful came out. Take that from someone who made one of the first Let's Plays of the game and one of the only ones until the Painful came out. Oh, hey there, Kara. Colorado Space RPG Maker game. A good old Lovecraft adaptation. That's an interesting thought to be able to say about that. I think one thing that's hard about any color out of space adaptation is that the actual color aspect. But to actually, or I guess present that with more of how townsfolk's degrade to it is a more interesting aspect to tackle as opposed to being like the color which gets in the way of drive. It's just a concept of people being driven to madness at the heart of it. So taking that as a focal point, I think, is a good one. I'm a little bit debating on that. Like, okay, Eve uses a very basic, I guess you could call it color scheme. Like all the different rooms literally just go with a color scheme. Now, actually, let me talk about this one for a second. I've actually seen that one before. It's the one where they decided to make it like a pinkish color because the color of space is like pink. But yes, I thought that was an interesting adaptation of it. And I think it was probably the best visual way they could represent that because obviously, I mean, there is actually interestingly evidence to suggest that there's a color that humans can't see. There's a reason why purple and violet look really, really similar to us. They don't look the same, but they both just kind of look like purple, if you know what I'm saying. I remember, this has been a really long time, but there's a suggestion that the actual color is something we can't fully see, and our mind registers it as somewhere between purple, like a little bit of a different shade of purple, basically, and blue. There's supposed to be another color there, but we can't fully register it. Which is why 2 of the 7 primary colors, I guess, well, not primary colors are red, yellow, blue. Our eyes, more properly, can't fully process the color and see it as it is. So I guess it makes sense in a way that's like a pinkish color that we represented as. So, take that as you will. Makes you think. I mean, that's the whole concept of the color out of space is that a meteorite hits Earth and goes into the mines underneath the city, and it has a color in it that starts driving people insane because they can't comprehend it. It's something that our fragile minds can't take. And it is very Twilight Zone-esque, but it's Lovecraft in first place. For starters, because Lovecraft loves his madness. Well, I wouldn't even say it's that he loves his madness. He just had a lot of growing up experiences to madness. And so he had this very specific view of the world, which was shaped by those around him and his life experiences. Having fun with the glasses there, Rob? I hope your quiz is going well. Alright, so I would say that Ebe used the colors of itself. Ebe was more of like a puzzle room game, really. Like it does have horror elements and chaser elements and story moments, but unlike most RPG Maker horror games, something which isn't really talked much about Ebe's design in specific, and one of the only RPG Maker horror games I've seen actually really try this, is that it was basically not like a portal type puzzle situation, but you basically did go from puzzle chamber to puzzle chamber to puzzle chamber. It was just a continuous line of puzzle room after puzzle room after puzzle room. And almost constantly you were doing puzzles. And the puzzles are pretty well designed, so the game worked out. And there were sequences that were kind of puzzles and not really, like the guessing room, for example, or the room that you have the pot, not the pot, but like the head vase thing knock itself over, which are kind of not puzzles, but kind of puzzle-like. No, you're misunderstanding me here. A lot of RPG Maker horror games have puzzles to them. But I would say that Ebe doesn't really have an exploration element. Like, Ebe is a very, very linear game. Most RPG Maker horror games, they use puzzles to break up exploration, chaser scenes, etc. Well, Ebe, a bit differently, is almost fully 100% puzzles, where you're just doing puzzle after puzzle after puzzle. And it works strangely in the game's favor, but I would say that it's basically puzzle, story moment. And they actually almost eliminate exploration entirely and sort of design the game in this function where it's almost like something like Portal, where you go from puzzle chamber to puzzle chamber to puzzle chamber, except it doesn't have like a core mechanic like Portal does. And weirdly enough, despite the fact I've played a lot of RPG Maker horror games at this point, I can't think of another RPG Maker horror game that's actually designed like Ebe is in that aspect. Mogeko Castle is actually interesting to be mentioned there. It is closer than some. Like, okay, I'm gonna weigh a few others here. Like, if we're talking about the ones on screen, Witch's House is actually interesting to compare to E because Witch's House doesn't have as much of a focus on puzzles, though it does definitely still have puzzles, but it's a bit more focused on death traps. In fact, it's almost. You know what? This has actually made me think about something. I'll get to the thought that's bringing up in a second, but I will say firstly that Witch's House is mainly going from death trap to death trap to death trap. Mad Father is a little bit different because Mad Father does have an exploration element, especially at the beginning. It gets a little bit more linear as you progress further into it, but definitely at the beginning you're exploring the house and mainly doing like Resident Evil type stuff where it's like, oh, this room has a puzzle, so I get a key item that I take to over here and solve the thing that does this. Even Witch's House kind of slightly have that at a few points, but it mainly avoids actually having that specifically. Like, there is definitely locked doors that you open up with key items in both Witch's House and Eve. But I would say that you don't do a lot of backtracking. It's almost always straightforward progress, except for, like, key moments that you do backtrack. But it's not like that's rapid progression. It's like you almost always have forward momentum. While Mad Father, it's a bit more of the I'm in a mansion. I get a key item that unlocks this room, and inside this room I get this item, which helps me unlock this other room. So you get more familiar with the layout. Prosecuto. Oyoni is Resident Evil, but there's one giant purple monster chasing you, and the puzzles are a bit more. Both the monster and the puzzles are a bit more trolly than usual. Crooked Man was still. That one was a little bit more similar to Mad Father, because except instead of one main location that you then descend down. Yep, but Gecko Castle is a very good game. You kind of just have multiple locations that you go between and do Resident Evil shit in. There are puzzles, and you are stalked by a specific chaser, specifically the Crooked Man. But I guess, yeah, you know what? Crooked Man is very Oyoni-like, except instead of the big purple monster, you're being chased by the Crooked Man. And the puzzles aren't quite as trolly, they're a little bit more casual-friendly, and also you have boss battles in that game. But the boss battles are kind of there. They existed. I don't really think I have much to say about them. Of course, Yumaniki is the exception here, but Yumaniki, even though I wrote it here because it was definitely one of the bigger classical style, or one of the bigger RPG Maker horror games, it's arguable if it's horror. I'd say it's horror enough, but it's not really fully, obviously. And also, it's not really classical styled, as in it's not like the rest of them. It's not like the rest of the girls. It's more of just a case where Yumaniki very specifically is an exploration-heavy game without any dialogue, and you're exploring through a lot of levels. A lot of them are very open and looping, so you spend a lot of time sort of wandering. I guess there is, yes, I would say there is some horror in the way that dreams can be horrible, but I also can fairly say that Yumaniki definitely does have a few specific scenes which are supposed to be more horror toned. There's a kind of horror genre, but not really genre, where there's things that are kind of horror, but not quite horror. I guess saying a very, very different example than Yumaniki. A good comparison would be The Nightmare Before Christmas is the first thing that popped in my head, but I'm going to use that as my example here. The Nightmare Before Christmas isn't really a horror movie, but it's kind of horror themed, and there's certain parts of it which are kind of horror-y. So it kind of is. It's like up the alley of being horror related, but it's not quite there, if that makes any sense. There's like this, and I know that Yumaniki and The Night Before Christmas handle this very differently to each other, but I kind of use two very different examples to just kind of say there's this subcategory of stuff which are kind of up the alley of horror, but aren't exactly horror. But they're horror enough for me. So, yeah. Is what it is, what it is. What I will say with this, though, the one thing I noticed about talking about this and thinking about more RPG Maker horror game design very specifically, if you're going to try and make a game that's a little more classical style, one of the things that a lot of the most popular titles did was focus less on exploration, actually, which actually surprises me when I really think about it. Yumaniki is the complete opposite of this, and notably, Oyoni and Mad Father and Crooked Man do not follow this. So, I know this is a little bit weird to say specifically, but I would also say that Eve and Witch's House in particular, and some of the games that definitely, not even that tried to mimic them, but some of the other like mid-tier games that came out, like The Forest of Drizzling Rain, for example. I would say that what Eve and Witch's House do a little bit differently, and some of the other specific games from the or genres that they didn't focus as much on an exploration element. They didn't even focus so much on a chaser element. Both Eve and Witch's House do have some exploration bits, and they do have some chaser moments, but I would say that they more focused on having rooms with a focal challenge point. In Eve's position, it was usually about puzzles. In Witch's House, it was usually about death traps. You're basically in a chamber, which is pretty set by itself, and you have a set number of things that you have to do to progress to the next chamber. That was basically the progression in those games. In Eve's case, you would solve a few puzzles and open up the next bit that led to a story moment. While in Witch's House didn't really have story moments because Witch's House's story was mostly it was building itself up to the ending. There's like little, ever so tiny bits of story here and there where you talk to a character for like 30 seconds, but not that you talk to a character, you like talk to a cat, which was a character, but it's like the only character they actually talk to in the story, outside like weird creatures in the environment that don't really add to the story, they just add to the scene. Hey there, Scott, it has been a while. I guess the classical styled RPG Maker horror game I'm thinking about is almost room based. Not room based, but like area based. I again using the Portal comparison, it's sort of like how in Portal you went from different test chamber to test chamber. Except in Eve and Witch's House's case, it would not be exactly test chambers. It'd be like little areas with its focused puzzles before you went on to the next area full of little focused puzzles. And then the aspects that were appealing towards that were obviously the characters, the story, the atmosphere. Outside of that. So, interesting to think about, though. I guess the bigger point, if you're going to do such a thing in 3D, I actually am a designer that usually likes to add exploration to games, and I like a little bit more of mood piece setting pieces, as in, I guess you'd call it horror set piece moments. But these are more games that sort of relied heavily on player interaction to either solve puzzles or to survive a death trap. Eve was a favorite of many. I think one of Eve's biggest strengths is that Eve is not only very casual friendly, it's very universally appealing. Like it's a very easy to recommend game. It's not very long. It's very easy to pick up and play. It also has enough appeal factor, I would say. Now, I'm not saying that fucking Eve is flawless. I've got a few personal issues with it. Like, here's one of my more controversial takes. Eve doesn't actually have much of an original OST. I think there's like 2 songs in the entire OST that are actually original, which is also part of the reason I don't think Eve's had like a recent remaster like some of the other bigger RPG Maker horror games have had. Like they could probably get a lot of the music licensed because it came from a lot of the same source that Witch's House's music did, but I'm guessing that part of the reason that never really occurred is, or hasn't occurred yet. Maybe it is occurring right now. That's definitely possible, but I always figured that the music was one of the bigger areas of why that didn't happen because there's so many people that associate the music of Eve with Eve, but in actuality, a lot of the music in Eve is royalty-free stuff. So, is what it is, what it is. It works well with the tone of the game, and it definitely had the advantage of using the music well to itself, though. Now, for actual classical style RPG Maker stuff, you know what? I'm going to actually break this down. Let's break this into a more interesting bit. I'm also going to throw some music on because we're actually going to get to actual development fun. Give me 1 second. I think I'm a little bit sick right now. I'm noticing I'm having like a clogged nose, and I should actually handle that, so give me a second. handled it. But hey, is what it is for now. So I'm going to throw this up here. So I'm going to show off the 3D engine in a second. I've been doing some tests with it recently. Yeah, this is a good enough place to show this off on. So let me do this. I'm going to show Feast Your Eyes for a second, and then another test to give two very different examples of this engine. Now keep in mind, the sprite work is not excellent, but it's there, it's existent on either of these examples. Yeah, I do have Feast Your Eyes installed right now, so this is going to be really easy to do. We're going to be doing a new game, but from pieces probably of some things I've put together from the past. Well, Feast Your Eyes is not placeholder work. It's just, it used a lot. Feast Your Eyes was in development for a long time, so it was before I made some art style improvements, really. Like Act 2 has some good sprites, but it's partially because I was able to be helped by other people, which is very beneficial to me. And I'm able to find and sync my files. That's okay, you can still play these. That's why that one game was taking so long to launch. You guys will see in just a second. Hello, Feast Your Eyes. I probably shouldn't start from the beginning and go through the story. Let's start from... what point should I do? I'll start from the Cupcake Road just for exemplification for a second. A little bit of a weird point here. So, maybe... Actually, this wasn't the best example of an area to show off the game. This is kind of in the barren area. I guess the tunnel area? The fun of it is the fun of it. So this is using somewhat outdated sprite work fun, but to give a basic idea of kind of how the 3D engine works. Now the player can control the camera, but it's disabled in this game, so yeah.
Hey, welcome.
This is just made an RPG maker. I do. Now, RPG makers have some disadvantages for using a 3D engine. Everything still has sort of a pixely look to it because it's still using RPG Maker sprites, you could say, which has like a 48 by 48 tile size per game. Yeah, Marshmallow Monk. This is from Feast Your Eyes.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to use this as an exemplification. I'm going to try to get to a certain point just to sort of demonstrate this all a little bit easier, but yeah. The basic idea of how things get laid out into a 2D space. So, this engine is literally, RPG Maker is a 2D engine, but this is utilizing some coding trickery and the overlay of, I guess you'd call it the node of the engine, and getting some of the core files in order to make it display a 3D image of what should be a 2D plane for a second. So yeah. Right. So let's see. In the hall with the arrows pointing. Let me look. I could have enabled it, but it's disabled specifically for this. Let's roll with some fun here. The fun of it is the fun goes. Don't worry, I'm just crossing. I'm trying to get to a specific point to demonstrate some of the looks and stuff in this engine, but I'll show a very different visual example after this. This is also using outdated sprite work stuff for it, but you know, it's got the close your eyes look, which was kind of a rough looking game in the first place, so yeah. We'll skip through this dialogue because it's still pretty early in the game. Hey, have some discussion fun there. This is a good song though, I was really happy to be able to use it.
Don't flirt with me, you're frontin'.
Yee, there were.
I gave you all you wanted.
If you know coding, you can do some neat things with the engine, actually. That's true of like any engine. As long as it has, I guess, itself open to those changes.
Don't fuck with me, you know wanted.
Let's skip through it, just get to this point for a second.
Hear from me, the silence.
go through all the different stuff for the fun of it. Welcome to my Minecraft house. Going to ignore all that. So we're gonna load a very different save file just for demonstration purposes. Hello, bunny. Ignore me as I travel on down the hallway. I'm going, just ignore me. Well, I mean, the whole point is I can make an RPG Maker game in 3D stuff, and I can probably do better art style than this if I really put my mind to it and go for a more consistent style, so... Also, the first person has some disadvantages in such an engine, which is why I wanted to do an experiment within this engine for this piece in time place, but all the same. Open this up, have some fun conversations. Hello there. Character I shall not name, I almost did an accident. Trickery. Oh, you get way too close, man. She'll be on her way. Have some fun. I'm not going to do everything with you right now. Yep. So, the fun of pixel art, put you here for you, I guess that's one way to word it. Take the steps one bit at a time. I want to get to the kitchen, which is what I'm working for right now. Maybe this is enough of a way to show off. I don't need to show off the kitchen. Or the bathroom, or the washing room. Alright. And I want... maybe I should get to that point. The fun of it. It gives a basic idea. Now, there's actually a lot more you can do with that. I'll show another example right now. I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, give me a second to load this up. The reason I'm showing this off is to give a loose idea towards something. So outside of the somewhat cleaner, not the sprite work there, but like the cleaner look of the 3D, you can also do a lot of trickery to make it look interesting. Probably not what I'm going to do for this project, but the reason I'm showing this off is to show a special technique, so... Something which I've been experimenting more with recently, which I will now show on the screen. You can do different effects with it, so... Let me do it like this, properties, show this. So this is using the 3D engine with a few different things applied to it. Basically, the internal resolution is a lot smaller. I've got some fun screen filters going on with it as well. Some sort of experimentation of how to make it look here. So it also has the added benefit that things from a distance are a little bit harder to see till you get closer. So yeah. Hey there, Fireblight. How's it going for you? Thank you. It's a little bit repetitive, but as far as seeing, which I was just kind of experimenting with, really. Just things to test around with. I also think okay, I did lock the camera on this scene, but you can change the camera if you want to. I'm doing A-okay. I like making music. Anyways. Rolling with that. There we go. I'm dealing with one of those situations where I definitely have a stuffed nose, like a stuffy nose right now, but it's not like runny or anything. It's like a little bit like, I hate being slightly sick. Yeah, maybe it's just part of the fun. Now, what I will say for this, and the reason I show those two examples, is one of them was more of a clean look and a little bit, the camera could be more controlled than I'm showing there. I wish I could get, actually, no, never mind, I'm not going to try that right now, but the camera can be controlled pretty dynamically, just going for basics and having something be comfortable is part of the importance of it as well. There's a pixely look to it. I think Would a style, maybe not a style exactly like Eve, but Eve has kind of a pixely style that might actually work well for having things a little bit zoomed in at times, because that does happen. Unless you like pull the camera further back, then that can have some benefits too. Yep, Leia is the one that remade that image. If I had to say, I guess obviously the screen effects and all that are interesting, but it's probably not what I'm going to specifically go for in this project. I do have a stronger, longer idea. I have an RPG Maker classic styled story, which I'm not sure was the best way to present and pitch it to you guys. We're doing a community thing here for a bit. Let's talk about this. Hey guys, we're starting from square one. We're making a video game. Excuse me, I need to say it completely incorrectly. A video gom. The video goms that people love are very beneficial in having an idea that's at the heart of it. Now, I have a story I'd like to pitch to all of you, because I feel like if I asked for story ideas miscellaneously with no direction, we'd probably get nowhere. So I will start off with something from me to you. I think... Okay. The story idea I've had for a long time involves actually an episodic structure, which might actually benefit us here, but I'm not sure if it's the right idea to do here. I've had an idea about a story that opens up with two girls just kind of, I guess you could say, not running away, but stepping away from some sort of festival happening to the forest. We play as a really quiet, shy girl who's following a little bit more of an adventurous one who is just a little bit tired of the busyness of the actual festival to go hang with her by the harbor. We go through the forest and she chats and they, talk stuff up a little bit, having a nice conversation. She runs ahead and, is leaving us behind. She seems to really want to see and show us something at the pier. When we get to the pier, though, we hear a splash and she's disappeared. And we can see, something of hers floating. Could be a shoe, could be a hat. It's very ambiguous at this point. Our character, being a nice, lovable character she is, dives in after her, only to find herself in a very strange place. Basically, stepping out of the water into a zone which is almost purely made of white marble, is the way to express it. She can't see the girl that she just see leap in after her, so she begins to look for her. Oh, where could my friend be? And from there, we start to be... I'm trying to think about the interesting way to pitch this in a way that doesn't fully spoil what I'd want to do for it, which can be surprisingly frustrating, which probably means the story needs a better pitch, actually. The initial hook is important. So you know what? I'm going to rework my pitch. Let's talk about it. That pitch, I think, has a few issues with how I was presenting it there, and realizing there's issues is the first step to making it better, I think. Really desperately trying to blow my nose. Okay, so the core pitch of Eve's story and the core pitch of, the main RPG Maker horror game stories. Eve, a girl goes to an art museum and enters into the world of paintings. Witch's house. A girl wakes up outside of a witch's house, then a field she can't escape from, and starts solving puzzles in. I don't know, witch's house, you enter inside the witch's house. There you go, that's the core concept. Mad Father. That one's actually surprisingly hard to express. I guess the core concept and appeal, the pitch, isn't actually involving the story. It's more a girl is raised by a mad father. Specifically, she's trying to save her father, who might be a psychotic killer. Oyoni. A bunch of people get stuck in a mansion with a giant purple monster. And yes, it was the where I agree. Crooked Man. Though, actually, the game, well, whatever. I was going to say, most of the game isn't actually set in the art gallery, but, whatever, close enough. It's in the world of paintings. So, Crooked Man. I actually forget a lot of the story of Crooked Man. I remember the story, but I don't remember really how it started off. I remember before you go to the first main level, you start off in your apartments, and the first main level only comes after that, but I forget the reason why the whole journey actually begins. Yumaniki, you're a girl who won't leave her room, and you enter into a world of dreams. You know, citing all those out loud, though, I did notice something. There is a reoccurring motif, with the exception of Mad Father, because it's her home, though an event twist it, I guess, or twist it. There is a reoccurring theme in almost all of these games of character goes to blink. Some setting for some reason. Like literally Ebe, Witch's House, Oyoni, Crooked Man, and how even Yumaniki, if you count the Dream Diary, or not the Dream Diary, the Dream World as something that she's entering, are all about character goes into odd place. Mad Father is about I'm home and my weird place is now converted, but I wouldn't even say horror trope. Like the settings, some of them are pretty unique. You don't really see them often. And I'm not trying to say that's always the core appeal, but I think that's part of it. Eve is set in a painting world inside of an art gallery. Witch's house is set inside of a witch's house. Mad Father is set inside of a giant mansion with a secret underground lab. Oyoni is set in an abandoned house on the outskirts of town. Crooked Man has several settings, so it's a little bit hard to say, but basically a character goes from place to place following the leads of the elusive Crooked Man, and Yumaniki Madatsuki enters her dream world. Yep. Crooked Man is the one where you kind of go through a few more stereotypical horror locations. It's also very Resident Evil-esque. So I guess the first thing we ask ourselves is, what type of setting are we creating? Now this one has a little bit of a loaded question, because the answer also means whatever is chosen needs to be sprited, so... And I think it needs to be interesting. Like a really cliched horror environment I don't think will work here. We're not going to have character enters spooky hospital. I'm thinking it's going to be a little bit hard. What's an interesting setting to make use of dark fantasy tropes? I don't think a cave is very, like... It could be made interesting, but I also think that a cave doesn't have the most visually interesting possibilities. Like, you could make it interesting. Like, if you do like fucking Journey to the Center of the Earth type of shit, there's definitely interesting looking caverns and possibilities, but at the same time, I'm like, I'm gonna be honest that I'm like, a mall? That sounds like a lot to sprite. And like not even interesting things to sprite. I think something to mention is that all these settings have strikingly interesting things in them. Like Ebe obviously has all the art pieces. Witch's house has all the things that are like gothic-y, witchy. Oyoni, like here's the thing. I think you guys are saying some. Okay, I'm gonna stop you guys for a second. I think these areas are a little bit too grounded. I'm like trying to compare how to express this. Like desert, cave, mall doesn't quite have the same ring to it as like an art gallery and painting world, or a witch's house, or Madman's mansion. You know, that one's a little bit more cliched, or like a dream world. Or does that make sense? They're like a little too mundane. Like, compare how a girl enters a desert compares to a girl enters an art gallery. They have a different feel to them. Does that make sense? A zoo? But then you have to sprite a bunch of animals. That reminds me of an old movie I liked as a kid where there was all the different book worlds that character travel between, but an abandoned zoo. But I'm gonna think here. I'm sorry to be shooting down ideas so much. I'm just kind of thinking here. Abandoned buildings can be interesting. I guess it should be mentioned that none of the places, like in classic large maker games, they can be abandoned, but there's like other life there. So you also then have to. Here's the problem with this: with something like a zoo, which the zoo idea so far is my favorite of the bunch too, but I'm not quite sure if it fully works because we also need a reason for other characters to be there. To specifically go, the only game of the pack which has characters that come with the character is Oyoni. Every other one, the characters are also in the setting with them, which adds some to the mystery of trying to figure out characters' motives. And even Oyoni like existed there before they came, so Garden of Eden is an interestingly odd thing, I will say. I did make a game about Marshmallow Monk entering into a subway for Close Your Eyes. I will say that. A farm, well, I mean, a farm does lead to like the classical southern horror type stuff. It's like, oh, our car ran out of gas. We take us on the farm. Oh boy. I feel like the problem is that a lot of these don't really feel like dark fantasy settings. Does that make any sense what I'm trying to say here? They feel like I'm making the games I usually make, which is not set in dark fantasy settings. Because, like, the settings I've had so far, the games I've done at this point, I've done a subway, I've done a mansion, I've done a forest, I've done an abandoned apartment building, I've done a lighthouse, I've done houses, I've done stuff like that, but Close Your Eyes was a subway, though My Holes in Mouth of Dirt was a sewer, so oh, that's okay there. Temple or ruins? Then why are they there? I'm sorry if I'm really, really picky here. It's partially because I know whatever location we pick, we're going to be spending, like, I will be having help spreading it, and I already know that, thankfully, some people who are good friends of mine who've offered help. But I also know I'm going to spray a number of it, so I'm like, what do I actually want to spray? And not even just what spray. I'm trying to think about something that's actually appealing. Like, something that clicks. Something that is... Astral Observatory is a good one. Out of all of them so far, that's actually now currently my favorite. But like a setting that would be interesting to design and fits with the dark fantasy motif and also has interesting possibilities and is a little bit unusual and not so mundane. Planetarium's not a bad one. An aquarium also is not the worst one, but it's a little bit hard to do water in RPG Maker, so that and glass, which is something that'll be important, so aquarium I'm going to rule out for the technical difficulties that probably would end up happening with that. Haunted. Yeah, okay. I have not played any of the Shin or Megami Tensei series. That said, I did play Hell Knight, which I know was created by the same creator of that series, and I've heard has some similarities. A haunted sushi restaurant. Toy Factory is one. Then that also is the industrial thing. I think instead of doing a Toy Factory, if I had to say, so. lost in IKEA. Fun. Ravenous is an interesting comparison. Eldritch Heaven. Fun. In honesty, like, I think some people are aware of this. I don't think you need to make heaven Eldritch. The actual stuff in the Bible for heaven is very interesting. Before I started to interrupt this conversation, which is actually being pretty productive for the moment, do you guys know how the popular depiction of angels is very untrue to what the Bible actually talks about with angels? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Sounds like you do, or this got rediscussed recently, so I think I'm not the only one that knows about this. There's a lot of people that probably do, but yeah. Correctamundo, you guys have heard about too. As I know this, there was something about this that got more popular a few months ago. I did not know whether the doorbell just rang, but it was definitely not for me. There's a few other people that live here with me, and I'm assuming that's for someone else. They're very abstract. Of course, just having a person that has a lot of interest in myths and folklore and urban legends and all that, it's interesting to keep track of what different things were invented in each culture, in my experience. But yes, I find it. There's a reason that in the Bible, angels almost always open up with the line, "Don't be afraid." It's the fun of it, the fun of it. Anyways, 1 second, please. Actually thought about what I wanted to do. Not exactly, not 100%, but I thought of what it is I want to do on my way to the door. Hmm? This is going to go in a very completely direction than what everyone has suggested so far, so I apologize for that. But I'm going to pitch it once I know how to word it correctly. This one also helps differentiate it from other RPG Maker horror games, while I think also appeals into the same sort of territory. So, give me a second. I'm thinking really hard about how to word this. I'm also dealing with a really bad stuffy nose at the moment that will not like it unstuffed. I mean, you can do whatever other people have done. That said, if you do traps in a comic book, you have to like work really hard to get that comic book aesthetic correct, and I don't know if I'm the one to do that. There's some interesting suggestions here. You guys are getting more creative with your ideas as this goes on. I find that interesting. Comic Zone was a game I grew up with as well, so yeah, I liked it when I was a kid. There were a few frustrating parts. I also can say I never beat it. I think I never got past the third level. I would have a lot of difficulty getting past the second level. The first level I got done, I got pretty good at, but then the second level I'd have so much difficulty with certain specific parts of it, and so I got to the third level a few times, and then I would always die at the third level. Oh my. We're not doing with hard fantasy. I have a bias against that hard fantasy setting. I'm gonna be honest there. I'm trying to think of the exact location. Let me give a very strong. Let me give like the loosest version of what I'm thinking of right now. I think I'm gonna have to put in a little bit more effort to really decide the specific location. But I think it'd be interesting to have a character like. Here's quickly for the most, not all RPG Maker horror games, but the most popular ones. Eve is about a girl going to an art museum who ends up going to a world of paintings. Witch's House, a girl wakes up in the field, no real background on her, and she enters inside the witch's house. Mad Father, a girl wakes up from bed and her house is now possessed by zombie demons due to her father's experiments. Ione, a group of teens go to a house on the outskirts of the town. Crooked Man, a character goes through some weird things and starts investigating the Crooked Man in different locations that leads, like, with different leads, they get led to different places. Yumaniki, a girl who refuses to leave her room, goes into a world of dreams. Spooky road trip, basically. So part of this isn't just the location. Part of this is also how they end up in the location. And not to repeat too familiar ground to the most... Again, I'm not trying to say whatever we're coming up with is going to be the most original thing in the universe. Even the examples I just stated from very popular games are not, like, the most original things in the universe. Like, oh, a group of teens go into an abandoned building. Where have I heard that before? Like, you know, that sort of thing. Yep, so originality, but that said, different a bit and causing interesting hook. I think... Let me talk a little bit about Silent Hill. So, God, I'm really annoyed. I'm having a really annoying thing involving, I'm thinking I'm a little bit sick right now, but it's actually like driving me up the wall right now, and I keep on needing to try and handle it. Like, one of my nostrils is fucking clogged up, and no matter what I fucking do, it seems like I can't help it. But give me a second, I'm gonna try again. Okay. Jesus and Moths. Oh my, oh my. So let's talk about Silent Hill. Silent Hill 1. The reason why Harry enters the town... Now, there's a deeper backstory reason, but I'm just going to go with what's inside the game. Harry tries to go into Silent Hill with his daughter Cheryl, who goes missing, and now he's trying to find his daughter. Silent Hill 2. James stops by to go into town to try and find his missing wife to find their special place, but his wife has been dead for 3 years. Silent Hill 3. A girl is creeped on creepily in the mall, and then she meets a strange woman and ends up in a strange other world and has to go home to try to just leave all this behind, finds her dad is dead, then goes to Silent Hill for vengeance. Silent Hill 4. A guy is trapped in his room and finds one day a strange hole in his bathroom wall. The reason I bring all this up is that Silent Hill does a number of interesting beginnings. I would say that the Silent Hill series in particular is pretty good at coming up with interesting hooks to get you initially in. In Resident Evil, it's either characters get stuck in a situation or characters investigate something or try. In the later Resident Evil games, they try to respond to like an outbreak of things happening. They either get involved in a situation incidentally. In a couple of cases, they get transferred to some place that then gets them into all this, but all the same. Silent Hill 4's basic premise is definitely, I think, the most initially interesting one. It's just an interesting idea. So basically, we're just going to take Silent Hill 4 stuff and put it into an RPG Maker game. That, you know what? That actually makes, you know what? Sure, fucking fine. I figured it out. Though we need to figure out the location they're going to. Fucking just twist Silent Hill 4's thing. No one's gonna fucking care if we do it. Silent Hill 4's not gonna sue us. Haha, no copyright law in the universe will stop me, said Sonic the Hedgehog. Silent Hill 4 does have an innately appealing concept, and not to mention this plays into something's fucking fine. Silent Hill 4 this shit, that works out. So I mean, that's a very deliberate idea. I will give you that one there. It's okay. It's not a bad idea. I'm not sure if it's what we're going to specifically do, but hold on to it for yourself. It's all good there, Moths. And that's fine there, Azzy. I mean, why don't we do it? It's interesting enough. I'm going to do a little bit differently, though. Obviously now, 1-by-1 carbon copy. We don't need to do that there. And we're still making more of an RPG Maker game than the Silent Hill game, so keep that in mind. But yeah. I think you could make a game about being in the room interesting, but you have to be very, very creative about it. Silent Hill 4, we're not going to be copying Silent Hill 4's mood. I do agree with you that Silent Hill 4 is a very strong mood, but that's not the mood that we're going for with this. I could make Silent Hill 4 the Silent Hill 4 the 4. Why did I say that? Anyways, I could make the room's atmosphere kinda if I wanted to try, but that's not what we're aiming for here, so. Now, would the character be in a house, except that'd be bigger, or should it just be in an apartment? We are playing as a cute girl. It doesn't even need to be their home. In fact, to differentiate it a bit more from Silent Hill, they could be in another location, like they could be in school, and suddenly they get trapped in their classroom. Except that... It's always a cute girl. However, statistics don't lie. That's what people want. That's what the people want. The public bathroom idea also came to my head, actually. Except it's not the most appealing starting location, I'll say. It also would mean that our character... See, here's the problem with the bathroom idea. I want the people to have a good impression of the game from the get-go. If it's a public bathroom, that means we're literally starting the game with our character going to the bathroom. Because that's the only... Why else would you go into a public restroom? Yes, okay, so yes, our character does start off in a restroom thing. You're correct there, actually. It's not the two way they do the face thing, but... I'm going to think a little bit here. It's not that I hate public restrooms. I think they can be good settings for horror. And surprisingly, they're not very... You know, it's actually weird that... I'm not trying to say that public bathrooms never appear in horror works, because they have. But it's actually surprising how uncommon they are. They're a setting that seems like perfect for a horror story. And again, they definitely exist. It's just they're not as common as you'd think they'd be. For how universal they are and how potentially creepy and unnerving they could be. It's a vulnerable place. Hello there, Grayson. That said, I'm not sure if it's what I would specifically choose for this. If I had to make a bit more of a say. Oh yeah, we're making a bathroom game now. No, I'm gonna say no here ultimately. Right now we're thinking about setting. I have a basic hook for this, but I also think about what actually is easy to spray. You know what? I think I thought of something which is better for me. Me, myself, and I. Actually, I might have figured out exactly what I want to do, though maybe it's a little bit too similar to Eve, but also it isn't, so I can get away with it. Okay. So I think I've got my idea ready. You guys ready to hear it? There's a dog barking outside. I'm just being enticed by it for a second. Okay, so here's the actual idea. There is a girl who has recently inherited a painting from some family member who I have not decided yet. She hangs the painting up in her house, and there's something about the painting that unnerves her. And from here, the painting starts having an effect on her, and eventually, it seems like she cannot leave her room except enter the world of the painting within her room to explore something. And I guess you could also then make it so it's like fucking Mario 64 and you use paintings of your room to go back to where you were. I just explained that very, very badly. I apologize. But the idea of a cursed painting, and as a way to be able to be trapped in your room and or your apartment house, and a way to play it into making it more of an artistic motif, while also being a bit like Eve and Silent Hill 4, but also not quite like either of them. Notably different enough, even though the inspiration is clearly obvious. Figuring out what the painting is of, it will definitely be part of it. I will say that. I also, if we're gonna fucking riff off of Silent Hill 4 a bit, I do want to take advantage of its setting of your place that you return to. I will say that. I want to take advantage of that. There's interesting possibilities there I'd like to tap into. I'm going to write this down. Which actually means I can finally switch over to this window again. Hello, text document. I've got something to actually write now. A character. Okay. Our main character. I'm probably also a little inherits wrong. I'm gonna fucking Google this because I know that's not how it's spelled. I'm looking at it and I know that's not how it's spelled. I just put an extra E. I'm silly. I thought there was another E in it because I was like, it can't just be inherits. But no, I'm just wrong. It's just inherits. Part of the fun without being too on the nose. Well, I mean, it's still pretty on the nose, if I'm going to be honest with you. But it's good enough for me. You know what? That's an interesting thought there. I actually like that a lot. I'm happy that you said that. And it's also different enough and interesting enough to differentiate itself. Our main character inherits a painting from a family member. They keep the painting within their room, but it gives them an uneasy feeling. I have not seen the picture of Dorian Gray, but that's okay. Originality is overrated anyway, especially coincidental originality. We're already like aping off of Silent Hill 4 and Eve a bit with this, so. I feel there has to be a pretty boy. If I know anything about RPG, about fucking fangirls, is that they love pretty boys. That and killer pretty boys. That or just... We'll get to that in a little bit later. All the same. But it gives them an uneasy feeling. And I don't know why I say them. You know it's a her. We all know it. I know it. You guys know it. We all know it. Well, it gives her an uneasy feeling. One day, she becomes trapped within her room. In fact, let me outside this detail here. Okay, I'm going to add details retroactively. The painting is unfinished. Thank you for that one there, B. Moza. I probably wouldn't have thought of that myself. The painting is unfinished. With part... Maybe... Finished and aged. I see. Painting looks more evil over time as did bad stuff. That makes some sense, actually. They keep the painting within the room, but it gives her an uneasy feeling. One day, I won't say one day, I'll just say more like... She becomes trapped within her home by the painting. We'll have to figure out how that works specifically later. I want it to be artistically interesting. With no other option except to enter the world of the painting. With the... Oh, I put that symbol there. I have a different idea than what you're thinking of, but I think there's an interesting way to tie this into a mechanic I wanted to do anyway, so. Within the painting, there are portals back to her home in order to accomplish certain... Not even accomplish. Their home. To do things, and the painting gets more filled out when the girl makes choices. The way the painting is filled changes based on her journey through the world of the painting. And I don't want it to be an A, in fact, I'll even write this down. I don't want it to be an A or B choice. I want it to be more subtle and with more possibilities. Easy enough to write, harder to execute, but all the same. I also do not need to write right there. All the same, all the same. That actually sounds like a pretty good place to start, though, if I'm going to be honest. I can think of ways that I can fit in. Ready for me to throw a suggestion of how I could introduce easily another 2 characters into the story? Yeah, ready for this? No, not portrait people. Something a little bit more interesting. I think there should be characters that are like characters of the painting world, but I think it's fair to say if our character is trapped in their home, unable to leave and entering into a world of paintings, she doesn't specifically need to be the only one. Who's to say this isn't happening to someone else? Is what no one had anything to say that. That's okay. It's just things for different possibilities. I think there's different ways that can go, which could be interesting. All right. Thinking about what else here. I don't want to make it too ambitious, but at the same time, I want to make it interesting and engaging. There's so much more to decide, but I also will say I'm starting to get a little bit tired. What else can be decided while in this session? There's a lot of mystery hooks. I think expanding this idea to be a little bit more initially engaging, as in to make something that's more hooking from the beginning. Like, I think there's some good enough hooks here already, but I think that you can go a little bit further. I got that feeling I can really figure out something like hooking from the start. So and the artist is part of this as well. And also the intent of the painting, what's even happening here, but all the same. I'm digging it so far, though. I actually think I know what game this should be. Alright, some people might be a little bit upset at me about this, but... So for those who are fans of my games and have known about what games I've had in development for a while, I'm about to write something very controversial. Very brave. Hey! Guys! How about I make this... Hollow Bliss. I think it can work in a few ways. Also, like Hollow Bliss is a name that's existed for me for a while now. I think it could. In a few ways, actually. I realized that unintentionally, but I've been meaning to refocus on do something for Hollow Bliss and reimagine it for a while, anyways, so. We might get rid of good old Chris Lanson. Sorry, Chris Lanson. But Chris Kane can still help me with the. Well, we'll talk about that, but yeah. The fun of it. I'm gonna go for it. I can think of potential stuff there. No copyright law for myself in the universe can stop me, said Sonic the Hedgehog. Alright. To roll as it goes. Hopefully Hollow Bliss does actually work as a name here for a few reasons. But hey, we'll get to that when we get to that. I've got ideas stirring in my head. I guess Hollow Bliss is now a community project. That works for me. And a way to tie it into something. So all the same, all the same. Tomorrow, I may or may not stream. I also need to be working on the good old project of Lamb of Affliction. I don't want to show too much of the off. I was thinking, I could stream a little bit of it, but no, actually I want to keep most of it a surprise. Most of this work will probably start next week. My prediction is I will do one more stream sometime this week, maybe closer to the weekend, maybe on Friday, maybe before Friday, we'll find out. I do have plans this weekend to hang out some with my girlfriend, so I shall do that. But after this week, and after Lamb of Affliction is out to the public, I think I'm going to spend more time doing the Stream Community Project a lot through October. So even though we got started today, I'll try to announce on social feed places of those who want to join. All the same, I guess just follow on YouTube the Yai Gamers Twitter and of course the Yai Gamers Discord. If you guys want a link to any of those, just ask and I can link to it. I think it would be a good option to just see what people are interested in the things and roll with it, and we'll probably get more started with actual work next week. I'll try to get some stuff done ahead of time just so we can do some of the less interesting aspects of the work. I can do some of the less interesting aspects of the work, like the coding of the basis of it ahead of time. And the next time that we stream, we'll probably start talking about character design and getting the sprite work started at the very least. I think that'll work out best. This week, again, I'll be busy with Lamb of Affliction to get that finished and out to people for Foundatory Game 11.x. And I'll be spending some time with my girlfriend, so, rolls as it goes. It'll probably be, again, next week that we'll really get started more with the full stream thing, though I predict I'll spend at least one more day within, the next 7 days working a bit more seriously on this. Until then, though, I shall bid adieu to all of you. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for helping me decide this. There's still a lot more to decide, and a lot more to do, but we did get the preliminary decision. My main goal of this stream was to decide something. I know myself, I knew it would take a little bit of time, but I'm happy with the results. I think it'll be a fun community project to make. I think it might turn out to be a really good game even, but there's so much uncertain right now. By the next time we stream, I'll have a project ready with the core coding, sort of, not all of it figured out, but some of the things that I know this project needs already, like being 3D is one of the more obvious ones, but also some less obvious things. And I'll try and get not all the music ready and organized, but I'll try to have some music ready. So all the same, until then, I shall bid adieu to all of you. Have a good day, everyone, or a good evening for most of you. Bye-bye.